This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still can't sleep properly after what happened 3 weeks ago. I've been driving trucks for almost 20 years now, and I've seen some weird shit on the road, but nothing like this. Nothing that makes me question my own sanity every time I close my eyes. I drive for Peterson Logistics out of Oklahoma City, mainly cross-country hauls. That night I was carrying steel piping to a construction site in Albuquerque. Normal load, routine route along I-40 that I've driven maybe 100 times before. It was around 2 in the morning when it happened. I remember checking my watch, 2:17 exactly, because I was calculating how much longer I could push before needing to stop. I'd been fighting sleep for about an hour, doing all the usual tricks, blasting cold air, chewing gum, slapping my face. The coffee I'd grabbed in Amarillo had worn off, and I was in that dangerous zone where my eyes kept wanting to close. That stretch of I-40 through northern New Mexico is just empty darkness. Miles of nothing but desert and occasional scrub. You can go an hour without seeing another vehicle at that time of night. I knew I had to stop soon or risk nodding off. When I saw the lights of a truck stop ahead, I nearly cried with relief. I hadn't remembered there being one in this section, but hell, maybe they'd built it since my last run-through, or maybe I was just more tired than I thought. The sign said, "Red Hollow Truck Stop," in faded red letters. Only half the neon was working, flickering on and off in an annoying rhythm. As I pulled off the highway, something felt wrong. The place looked abandoned at first glance. The asphalt was cracked with weeds growing through, and there were only 2 ancient-looking gas pumps with analog displays. Not the digital ones every station has now, but there were lights on inside the small building, so someone had to be there. I parked my rig, a blue Peterbilt I've had for about 5 years now, in the empty lot. Not a single other vehicle around, which is weird for a truck stop, even at that hour. Usually there's at least a few rigs with drivers sleeping in the cabs. The moment I stepped out, the air felt different. Colder than it should have been for New Mexico in September, dead still too. No breeze at all, and quiet. That unnatural kind of quiet where you can hear your own heartbeat. I couldn't even hear the distant hum of traffic from the interstate, which was only about 100 yards away. I remember hesitating, standing by my truck door for a minute. Something in my gut was telling me to get back in and keep driving, but my eyes were so heavy, and I just needed some coffee and maybe a quick bathroom break. The building was one of those combination gas station diners you find all over the interstate system. As I got closer, I noticed the windows were grimy, like they hadn't been cleaned in years. Through them, I could see what looked like an old-school diner setup with a counter and some booths, but no people. The door had one of those bells that jingles when you open it. The sound it made was jarring in the silence. Inside, the place smelled like burnt coffee and something else I couldn't place, something stale and unpleasant. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed and flickered, making the whole place feel like a scene from a bad dream. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded weird, almost muffled, like the air was too thick. No answer. The diner section had about 6 booths with cracked red vinyl seats and Formica tabletops that might have been white once, but had yellowed with age. The counter had those spinning stools bolted to the floor. Everything looked like it was straight out of the 1970s. But here's the thing. All the booths had settings, plates, silverware, napkins, even glasses of water like they were expecting customers. But the water in the glasses looked cloudy, and when I touched one of the plates, it was covered in a thin layer of dust. I called out again, louder this time. "Anybody working here?" Nothing. Behind the counter was a coffee pot, still plugged in and half full of what looked like tar. The coffee was giving off that burnt smell. Next to it was an old-style cash register. Not a modern computerized one, but an actual metal register with physical buttons. The whole place gave me the creeps, but I was so tired that I figured I'd just use the bathroom and then decide whether to risk the coffee. I found the restroom at the back, past a payphone mounted on the wall. An actual payphone, which I haven't seen in years. The bathroom was as grimy as the rest of the place. The mirror was spotted with black marks that looked like mold, and the single bulb overhead cast everything in a sickly yellow light. I did my business as quickly as possible, trying not to touch anything I didn't have to. As I was washing my hands, I heard it. The payphone outside started ringing. A loud, old-fashioned ring that made me jump. Who the hell would be calling a payphone at a deserted truck stop at 2:30 in the morning? I should have just grabbed some coffee and left right then, but curiosity got the better of me. I dried my hands on my jeans and went back out. The phone kept ringing. 5, 6, 7 rings. I stood there staring at it like an idiot, like it was some alien technology. Finally, I picked it up. Hello? At first, there was just static, that white noise sound of a bad connection. Then I heard breathing, slow, raspy breathing, like someone with damaged lungs. Hello? I said again. Who is this? The voice that came through was barely above a whisper, rough and dry like sandpaper. Don't leave, not yet. My blood went cold. Who is this? I demanded. They're watching your truck, the voice said. If you go out there now, you won't make it back to the interstate. What the fuck are you talking about? I was getting angry now, covering up my growing fear. Who is this? Look out the window, the voice said. But stay inside. Don't leave. Not yet. Then the line went dead. I hung up the phone, my hand shaking slightly. This had to be some kind of prank, right? Maybe there were cameras and I was being filmed for one of those stupid YouTube channels. I went to the front windows and looked out toward my truck. It was still there, blue paint reflecting the flickering neon of the sign. But something caught my eye. A shadow moving between my rig and the gas pumps. Something tall and thin that didn't move quite right. I blinked and it was gone. That was it. Prank or no prank, I was getting the hell out of there. I went to the door and pushed the handle. It didn't budge. I pushed harder, then pulled, thinking maybe I had it wrong. Nothing. The door was locked or stuck somehow. I looked for a lock to turn, but there wasn't one, at least not on the inside. That's when real panic started to set in. I went back to the windows, looking for another way out. They were the old-fashioned kind that don't open, sealed shut and covered in years of grime. I pounded on the door, shouting, "Hey, is someone out there? The door's stuck." The lights flickered, then went out completely, plunging the place into darkness, except for the dim glow of the neon sign outside. In that red-tinted semi-darkness, I turned back toward the parking lot. My truck was moving. I swear to God, my rig was rolling slowly across the lot, as if someone was driving it. But I could see through the windshield. There was no one in the cab. No, 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 I muttered, watching helplessly as my truck, with all my belongings and cargo, drove itself toward the exit. The headlights came on as it turned onto the access road. Then it accelerated and disappeared from view, heading back toward the interstate. I lost it then. I grabbed one of the stools from the counter and smashed it against the door. It took 3 hits before the glass finally cracked, and 2 more before it shattered enough for me to kick a hole big enough to climb through. I cut my arm on the glass getting out, but I barely felt it. I just ran, sprinting toward the interstate, not looking back at Red Hollow. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like they were going to give out. When I finally stopped, gasping for air, I looked back. I expected to see the truck stop's neon sign in the distance, but there was nothing there, just empty desert stretching back to the dark horizon. I stood there for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, trying to make sense of what had happened. Had I hallucinated the whole thing? Was I so tired that I'd dreamed it all up? The cut on my arm was real enough, still bleeding slowly, and my truck was definitely gone. I started walking along the shoulder of I-40, heading west. A few trucks passed, but none stopped, despite my attempts to flag them down. It was almost 5 in the morning when a state trooper finally pulled over. The trooper, a guy named Martinez according to his nameplate, looked at me like I was crazy when I told him what happened, but he was professional about it, got me in his car and drove me back to where I thought Red Hollow should be. There was nothing there. No truck stop, no building, no gas pumps, not even a dirt lot or access road, just unbroken desert alongside the interstate. "You sure this is the right place?" Martinez asked, shining his flashlight out into the darkness. I wasn't sure of anything anymore. We drove up and down that stretch of highway, but there was no sign that Red Hollow had ever existed. Martinez took me to the nearest actual truck stop about 50 miles west and called in my stolen vehicle report. He clearly thought I was either on drugs or had a mental break from exhaustion. 2 days later, they found my truck parked at a rest area almost 100 miles away. The engine was still running, the doors unlocked and all the cargo untouched. There was no sign of forced entry, no fingerprints other than mine, and no explanation for how it got there. I've been back on the road for a week now, had to take some time off first, get my head straight. My boss was surprisingly understanding. Turns out I'm not the first driver to have a weird experience on that stretch of I-40, but I'm taking a different route now. I don't care if it adds hours to my drive time. I'm not going near that section of highway again, especially not at night, because I know what's out there, waiting in the darkness. Red Hollow, a place that appears only at night and vanishes by morning. A place that wasn't built for travelers to rest, but to trap them. And sometimes, when I'm trying to fall asleep in my cab, I can still hear that raspy voice on the phone, still feel the cold air of that empty diner, still see my truck driving away with no one behind the wheel. I don't know what would have happened if I'd stayed there that night, like the voice told me to, and I hope I never find out. Story 2. I've been a trucker for over 20 years, seen just about everything you can imagine on the highways of America. Blizzards that turn the road into a sheet of ice. Drunk drivers swerving across 3 lanes at 2 in the morning. Even had a moose run out in front of my rig once up in Montana. But nothing, and I mean nothing, compares to what happened to me in Echo Canyon last month. I'd heard the stories from other drivers at truck stops, how Echo Canyon was haunted and how you shouldn't drive through there after dark. The usual bullshit. Some said they heard voices calling their names. Others claimed to see people on the side of the road who'd vanish when they slowed down. I always laughed it off. 20 years on the road, and I'd never seen anything I couldn't explain with logic. Ghost stories are for kids and the gullible, not for a practical guy like me who deals with reality every day. That night, I was running behind schedule. Had a shipment of electronics that needed to be in Salt Lake by morning, and the fastest route was through Echo Canyon. It was around 1 in the morning when I hit that stretch of road. Full moon, clear night. The kind of night where visibility is good enough that you can relax a little. The canyon starts out normal enough. Steep walls on both sides, winding road that follows an old river path. My headlights bounced off the rock faces, creating these weird shadows that seemed to shift and move. Nothing unusual there, just the normal tricks your eyes play on you during a long haul. About 15 minutes in, though, something changed. The air in my cab got heavy. That's the only way I can describe it, like the pressure dropped suddenly, making my ears pop. The radio, which had been playing some classic rock station, started to fade in and out with static. I fiddled with it for a bit before just shutting it off, and then I felt it. This crawling sensation on the back of my neck, like someone was watching me. I've driven enough night shifts to know when my mind is playing tricks on me from fatigue, but this was different. This was deliberate. I found myself checking my mirrors more often, not for other vehicles, but for something else, something I couldn't name. That's when I spotted her. There was a woman standing on the side of the road. She was wearing this pale dress that seemed to glow a little in my headlights. At first, I thought she was just another hallucination from being tired, but as I got closer, I could see her waving her arms frantically. Her face looked desperate. Now, I know the rules of the road. You don't pick up hitchhikers, especially not in the middle of nowhere at 1 in the morning. But something about her, she looked genuinely terrified, and I couldn't just leave someone stranded in a place like that. I slowed my rig and pulled over about 20 feet ahead of her. Watched in my mirror as she ran toward the truck, constantly looking over her shoulder like something was chasing her. My hand hovered over the gear shift, ready to take off if anything seemed off. When she reached my passenger door, I rolled down the window instead of opening it right away. "You okay, miss?" I asked. Her face was pale with these wide, frightened eyes. "Please," she said, her voice shaking. "Please let me in. My car broke down a few miles back and I need to get out of here." I hesitated. "What are you doing out here so late?" "I was driving to see my sister in Salt Lake. Her baby's coming early. Please, I just need to get to the next town. Something's not right here. I can feel it watching me." That last part made my skin crawl because I'd been feeling the same thing. I unlocked the door and she climbed in quickly, hugging herself and shivering despite the warm night. "Thank you," she whispered. "Thank you so much." I pulled back onto the road, trying to act normal despite the uneasiness still hanging in the air. "I'm Joe," I said. "Sarah," she replied, not taking her eyes off the side window. "Your car just die on you?" She nodded. "It just stopped. All the lights, everything. I tried calling for help, but there's no signal out here." I checked my own phone. No bars, typical for these canyons. "What did you mean?" I asked carefully. "About something watching you." Sarah turned to me then, and in the green glow of the dashboard lights, her face looked even more frightened than before. "You feel it too, don't you? That's why you stopped for me. Most people wouldn't." I didn't answer right away, focusing on a tight curve ahead. The shadows seemed deeper here, almost like they were spilling onto the road itself. "I've been driving this route for years," I finally said. "Never experienced anything unusual." "But tonight is different," she said. It wasn't a question, and she was right. Tonight was different. The air in the cab felt even heavier now, almost hard to breathe. My headlights seemed dimmer somehow, not reaching as far into the darkness ahead. That's when I first heard it. My name, whispered so softly I almost missed it. "Joe." I jerked my head around, thinking it was Sarah, but she was staring straight ahead, her face drained of color. "Did you hear that?" I asked. She nodded slowly. "It said your name." "Joe Walker." This time it was louder, and it seemed to come from everywhere at once. Outside the truck, from the vents, from the sleeper cab behind us. My full name. How did it know my full name? I tightened my grip on the steering wheel. "It's just the wind," I said, trying to convince myself more than her. "This canyon has weird acoustics. Truckers talk about it all the time, but even as I said it, I knew it was bullshit. Wind doesn't whisper your name. Wind doesn't make the hairs on your arms stand up like they're reaching for something." Sarah pressed herself against the door, as far from the sleeper cab as possible. "We need to get out of this canyon. Now." I pressed down harder on the accelerator. The speedometer crept up. 50, 55, 60. Dangerous for this road. But at that moment, the curves and drops seemed less threatening than whatever was in there with us. The whispering continued, growing more insistent. "Joe Walker, stop. Joe Walker, see us." My head was starting to pound, a sharp pain behind my eyes that made it hard to focus on the road. The truck's engine whined as I pushed it harder, taking the curves faster than I should have, and then I saw it. There, in the middle of the road, about 100 yards ahead, was a figure. My headlights caught it straight on, but somehow it still seemed wrapped in shadow. It was shaped like a man, but too tall, too thin. Its arms hung down past where knees should be. "Do you see that?" I gasped. Sarah let out a small, choked sound. Yes, I hit the brakes instinctively. 18 wheels locked up, the trailer fishtailing behind me as I fought to keep control. We skidded toward the figure, which hadn't moved an inch. As we got closer, I could make out more details, and I wished to God I couldn't. Its face was gaunt, almost skeletal, with eyes that were just empty sockets. But somehow I could feel it looking at me, right through me. The truck came to a stop just 10 feet from the figure. It raised one impossibly long arm and pointed directly at me. "Joe Walker." The whisper became a roar in my head, bringing a pain so intense I cried out, clutching my temples. It felt like something was trying to claw its way inside my mind. "Drive!" Sarah screamed. "Back up! Go!" I threw the truck into reverse, my hands shaking so badly I nearly missed the gear. The figure started moving toward us, not walking but gliding, its feet hovering just above the asphalt. I stomped on the gas, watching in horror through the windshield as it approached. The backup lights barely illuminated it now, as if the darkness around it was absorbing the light. Sarah was sobbing next to me. "Faster. Please go faster." I was already going as fast as I dared in reverse. The figure kept coming, and now there were others emerging from the shadows along the canyon walls, all with the same emaciated bodies, the same hollow eyes. My back tires hit something, and for a horrible moment I thought we were stuck. Then I realized we'd reached a wider section of road. I cranked the wheel hard, executing a frantic three-point turn until we were facing back the way we came. I didn't even look to see if the road was clear. I just hammered the gas and the truck lurched forward, engine roaring. In my mirror, I could see them standing in the middle of the road, watching us flee. We drove in silence for several minutes, both of us breathing hard. The pressure in the cab gradually lifted, and the pain in my head subsided. When we finally exited the canyon, it was like crossing some invisible boundary. The air suddenly felt normal again. Sarah spoke first. "Thank you. They would have taken me if you hadn't stopped." "What were those things?" I asked, my voice hoarse. "People say the canyon is haunted by those who died there. Pioneers, railroad workers, car accidents over the years. They trap people, make them join them." She stared out at the now normal darkness. "I've heard stories all my life, but I never believed them until tonight." About 30 minutes later, we reached a small truck stop town. I pulled into a gas station, my hands still trembling slightly. "I can drop you at the motel across the street," I offered. "You can call someone from there." Sarah gave me a sad smile. "Thank you for saving me, Joe Walker. Not everyone would have stopped. Not everyone would have turned around." Something about the way she said it made me uneasy again. "You're welcome," I said. "Just glad we both made it out." She opened the door and climbed down. Before closing it, she looked up at me one last time. "They know your name now. Be careful on the roads at night." Then she shut the door and walked away. I watched her go, a chill running down my spine that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. She walked past the motel, past the diner, and then, I don't know. It was like she just faded into the darkness between two buildings. I've taken the long way around Echo Canyon ever since, adding hours to my route. The other drivers give me strange looks when I tell them I won't go through there anymore, especially at night. I don't tell them what happened. I don't tell them about the whispering or the figures or Sarah. But sometimes when I'm driving alone at night, I catch glimpses of something tall and thin standing on overpasses or at the tree line along the highway. And sometimes, just as I'm falling asleep in the sleeper cab at rest stops, I hear it again. My name, whispered in the darkness. Joe Walker. Story 3. I still don't know how to explain what I saw that night. It's been over 10 years, and I've gone over it in my mind 1,000 times trying to make sense of it. I've never told many people about this, just a couple of close friends who probably thought I was making it up. But I swear on everything I care about, this happened exactly as I'm about to describe it. It was Halloween night when I was 11. My parents had dropped me off at my aunt and uncle's house in Mapleton because their neighborhood was supposedly better for trick-or-treating. My cousin Jake lived there, and while we weren't super close, our parents always tried to get us to hang out on holidays. That night was unusually warm for October. I remember because I was wearing this bulky pirate costume my mom had made, and I was sweating like crazy underneath it. The eye patch kept sliding down my face, and the fake beard was itchy as hell. My Aunt Lisa is one of those people who thinks kids need constant supervision and won't shut up about it. "Ethan, stay where I can see you. Ethan, don't go too far. Ethan, be careful crossing the street." Every 5 seconds it was something new. I was 11, for crying out loud, not 5. We'd been trick-or-treating for about an hour, and I was already sick of her hovering. Jake wasn't much better. He kept complaining that his feet hurt and that he wanted to go home. The whole time, my aunt kept talking to the other parents about her new diet or something equally boring. I just wanted to enjoy Halloween, you know? Around 8:30, we ended up on this street called Maple Drive. The houses were all decorated with those cheap orange lights and plastic skeletons. Nothing special, but the street was full of other trick-or-treaters, and it felt like a proper Halloween night. Jake had brought his bike along. Why anyone would bring a bike, trick-or-treating, is beyond me, but he'd gotten tired of walking it around. My aunt was busy talking to some neighbor lady she knew, and Jake was digging through his candy bag on someone's front lawn. I saw my chance for a few minutes of freedom. I grabbed Jake's bike and told my aunt I was just going to ride up and down the street a few times. She gave me that look, you know, the one adults give when they think you're about to do something stupid, but she nodded and said, "Stay where I can see you." I hopped on the bike and started pedaling down the middle of the road. It felt good to be away from them, even if it was just for a few minutes. The street was pretty empty of cars because of all the trick-or-treaters, so I wasn't worried about traffic. I rode about 15 yards from where my aunt was standing. The streetlights were casting this weird orange glow over everything, and the shadows from the trees looked like long fingers stretching across the pavement. I remember thinking how cool it all looked. That's when it happened. This bright light appeared in front of me out of nowhere. My first thought was that it was a car with its high beams on, which freaked me out because I was in the middle of the road. I immediately started steering toward the sidewalk, squinting against the light, but there was no engine noise, no sound at all actually, just this light that seemed to be coming from nowhere. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the light faded. Not like someone turning off a switch, but more like it dissolved or melted away, and what I saw instead made me freeze on the spot. Standing about 20 yards down the road was, I don't even know what to call it, a figure, except it wasn't human-sized. This thing was enormous, easily as tall as the power poles lining the street, maybe even taller than some of the trees. I'm not exaggerating when I say it had to be at least 20 or 25 feet high. It was humanoid, but wrong in every way. It had these incredibly long, thin limbs that didn't seem like they should be able to support anything. Its body was pale, not white like paper, but more like the color of those glow-in-the-dark toys after the glow has almost faded, and it wasn't completely solid. I could sort of see through parts of it, like looking through dirty glass. The closest thing I can compare it to is Slender Man from those internet stories, except this was before those became popular. It had no clothes, no hair, and its face, I still have trouble remembering its face clearly. It's like my brain couldn't process what I was seeing or doesn't want to remember. The weirdest part, I wasn't scared. Not at first. I was confused and stunned, sure, but not terrified like you'd expect. It was almost like my brain couldn't register what I was seeing as a threat because it was so outside anything I'd ever experienced. For a few seconds, probably no more than 5 or 6, we just stared at each other. Me on this stupid bike in my pirate costume, and this thing standing in the middle of a suburban street on Halloween night. Then it moved. It started walking toward me. Not running or charging, just walking. But its movements were all wrong. Its joints bent at strange angles, and it moved stiffly, like each step was being planned individually rather than flowing naturally. My brain finally caught up with what my eyes were seeing, and I felt this cold wave of dread wash over me. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe. I just sat there on the bike, watching this impossible thing getting closer with each awkward step. When it was maybe 10 yards away, it suddenly stopped. Then it made this sharp, 90-degree turn to the right, like a video game character with bad programming. It stepped onto the sidewalk and started walking away from me, heading down this small path that led toward the creek that runs through the neighborhood. That part of the street had fewer houses and no streetlights, so the path was dark. I watched as this giant figure moved away, getting harder to see as it entered the unlit area. The last thing I saw clearly was its back disappearing between the trees that lined the creek. The whole encounter probably lasted less than a minute. When it was gone, I felt like I was waking up from a trance. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold onto the handlebars. I turned the bike around and pedaled back to where my aunt and Jake were standing, moving faster than I'd ever pedaled before. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. When I reached them, I practically jumped off the bike, letting it clatter to the ground. My aunt looked annoyed, probably thinking I'd been reckless with Jake's bike. "Ethan, be careful with that. What's wrong with you?" she asked, noticing my expression. I was breathing hard, trying to find the words. Did you see that? Down the street? That thing?" My aunt and the other adults exchanged glances. "See what?" one of them asked. "That huge person or whatever, down there." I pointed back toward where I'd seen the giant. They all looked where I was pointing, but their faces showed nothing but confusion. My aunt put her hand on my shoulder, suddenly concerned. "There's nothing there, Ethan. Are you feeling okay?" I couldn't believe they hadn't seen it. This massive figure had been standing in the middle of the street, illuminated by streetlights. How could they have missed it? But it was right there. It was huge, taller than the trees. I insisted. My aunt's concern turned into that patronizing look adults give kids when they think they're making things up. "I think all this Halloween excitement is getting to you," she said, trying to sound understanding but clearly not believing me. I realized I sounded crazy, a giant semi-transparent being in the middle of suburbia on Halloween night. Even I was starting to doubt what I'd seen, and I'd just experienced it. Maybe it was a raccoon," I said lamely, suddenly wanting the conversation to end. "It scared me." "Sorry." My aunt seemed relieved by this more rational explanation. "Those raccoons can be pretty big. Let's head back to the house. I think we've had enough excitement for one night." As we walked back, I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see the giant figure looming over the houses. But there was nothing there except normal Halloween decorations and kids in costumes. Back at my aunt's house, I couldn't focus on anything. Jake was sorting his candy on the living room floor, trading pieces with his younger sister. But I just sat on the couch, replaying what I'd seen over and over. My parents picked me up around 10. They asked if I'd had fun, and I just nodded, not knowing what else to say. How do you tell your parents you saw a 20-foot-tall, transparent giant on Halloween? You don't if you want them to ever let you out of their sight again. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that figure making its awkward, stiff-jointed turn onto the sidewalk. I kept imagining it walking through the creek area, through backyards, peering into second-story windows with its featureless face. The next morning, I convinced myself it had been a Halloween decoration, maybe some kind of projection or a guy on stilts with some kind of light effect. But deep down, I knew that didn't explain what I'd seen. In the years since, I've tried to find rational explanations. Maybe it was a weird shadow cast by the trees and streetlights. Maybe I was overtired or had eaten something strange. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me because it was Halloween. But none of those explanations feel right. What I saw that night felt real in a way that's hard to describe. And the fact that nobody else saw it makes it even more unsettling. I've had other strange experiences in my life, weird coincidences, déjà vu, things that could maybe be called paranormal if you're the type to believe in that stuff. But I can usually find some kind of explanation for those things, some way to rationalize them away. This I can't explain. 10 years later, and I still find myself avoiding poorly lit paths at night. I still get uncomfortable looking out windows after dark, and sometimes when I'm driving at night and see something tall in the distance, a power pole, a tree, a street sign, my heart skips a beat until I get close enough to confirm what it actually is. I don't know what I saw that Halloween night in Mapleton. I don't know if it was something supernatural or if my mind somehow manufactured the whole experience. All I know is that it felt real, and nothing in the decades since has convinced me otherwise. Sometimes I wonder if it's still out there, making its stiff-jointed way through quiet neighborhoods on Halloween night, while everyone is too distracted by costumes and candy to notice the impossible thing walking among them. Story 4. I've been debating whether to share this for months. I've always been sensitive to things most people can't see or feel. But what happened after my surgery last year changed everything I thought I knew about the spirit world. It sounds crazy, I know, but I swear every word is true. I had to have emergency gallbladder surgery in April of last year. The procedure itself wasn't what scared me. It was having to recover at home afterward. Our house in Oak Ridge has never felt right since we moved in 3 years ago. I'd catch glimpses of shadows from the corner of my eye, hear footsteps when I was home alone, the usual stuff that most people brush off. But I knew better. There was something about that house. My mom Elaine thought I was being dramatic when I told her I was more worried about being stuck in bed, recovering in our house, than I was about the actual surgery. My sister Madison just rolled her eyes. Only my boyfriend Thomas seemed to take me seriously. But even he suggested it might just be my imagination working overtime because of pre-surgery nerves. The surgery went fine. Laparoscopic, 4 small incisions, and I was sent home the next day with pain meds and strict instructions to rest. Mom helped me get settled in my bedroom on the first floor, propped up with pillows, water and meds within reach, my cat Jinx curled up beside me. I remember feeling relieved when she said she'd stay the first night, sleeping on the couch in the living room just down the hall. That first night, I woke up around 3 in the morning. The pain meds had worn off, and I was about to call for my mom when I saw her, a woman standing at the foot of my bed, except it wasn't my mom. This woman was dressed in what looked like 1950s clothes, a full skirt and blouse with her hair styled in those vintage waves. She wasn't fully solid, more like a dark shadow with details I could somehow make out. She just stood there watching me, then walked straight through my dresser and disappeared into the wall. I was shaking so hard I knocked my water glass over. Mom came rushing in, and I told her I'd had a nightmare. I didn't want her thinking the pain meds were making me hallucinate, but I knew what I'd seen. The next morning, my mom had to go to work, but Madison said she'd check on me during her lunch break. I spent the morning drifting in and out of sleep, and each time I woke up, I'd see different spirits in my room. An old man in the corner, a child peeking around my doorway, but most frequently, that woman in the vintage clothes. She'd walk from my doorway, across my room and through the wall, over and over. I told myself it was just the medication. That's what any rational person would think, right? By the 3rd day home, I was feeling a little stronger but still confined to bed most of the time. Madison had classes, Mom was at work, and Thomas had to be at his job at the warehouse across town. For the first time since surgery, I was completely alone in the house. I remember it was around 2 in the afternoon. Jinx was asleep on my legs, and I was dozing off while watching something mindless on Netflix when I heard the kitchen cabinets opening. At first I thought maybe Madison had come home early, but then I remembered she had a lab that afternoon and wouldn't be home until after 5. The sound of footsteps moved from the kitchen to the living room, slow, deliberate steps. Jinx's head shot up, his ears perked forward as he stared at my bedroom door. I was frozen, unable to move, my heart pounding so hard I could feel the stitches in my abdomen straining. Then she appeared in my doorway, the woman in the vintage clothes. She didn't look at me this time. Instead, she turned and walked down the hallway toward Madison's bedroom. Jinx jumped off the bed and followed her, stopping at the threshold of Madison's room. He sat there, tail twitching, staring inside. From where I was lying, I could hear Madison's dresser drawers opening and closing. Not violently, just normal, everyday sounds of someone looking through belongings. Jinx was transfixed, watching something I couldn't see from my bed. I was terrified, but also too weak to get up and investigate. I called Madison in a panic, telling her I thought someone had broken in. She left class immediately and called the police on her way. When they arrived 15 minutes later, they found nothing disturbed, no signs of forced entry, nothing missing. The officers gave me that look, the one that says they think you're either crazy or attention-seeking. Madison stayed with me the rest of the afternoon, concerned I was having some kind of reaction to the medication. I didn't tell her about the shadow woman. I just let her think I'd heard a noise and panicked. That night, Mom stayed over again. Around midnight, I woke up needing to use the bathroom. Mom helped me up, and as we made our way slowly down the hall, I saw the shadow woman again. She walked right past us, heading toward the kitchen. I gripped my mom's arm so tight she winced. "What's wrong? Are you in pain?" she asked. "Did you see that?" I whispered, still staring at the now empty kitchen doorway. "See what, honey?" I just shook my head. "Nothing, just dizzy." As Mom helped me back to bed after using the bathroom, my phone lit up with a text from Thomas. "Something weird just happened at work. Call when you can." I called him immediately despite the late hour. He answered on the first ring, his voice hushed and shaky. "Jess, I don't know how to explain this, but I saw something at work tonight. I was alone in the shipping area doing inventory when I felt like someone was watching me. When I looked up, there was this figure clinging to the ceiling in the corner. Like a person, but not all black. Like a shadow, but with these eyes. It was looking right at me, Jess. My blood went cold. What did you do?" I ran. Told my supervisor I felt sick and left early. I'm in my car now. I don't know what the hell that was, but it felt hostile. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I kept thinking about what Thomas had seen and the shadow woman in our house. It didn't feel like a coincidence. The next day was when things really escalated. Mom had taken the day off to stay with me, and we were sitting in the living room, my first time out of bed for an extended period. I was on the couch while Mom made lunch in the kitchen. The shadow woman appeared at the bottom of the stairs, walked right past me without a glance, and went into the kitchen where my mom was. I heard Mom gasp, followed by the sound of a plate shattering. I called out, "Mom, are you okay?" She came into the living room, her face pale. I just saw a woman walk through the kitchen and vanish into the pantry door. "Please tell me you saw her too." That was the moment everything changed, knowing I wasn't imagining it, that someone else had seen her too. We sat there comparing notes about what we'd seen. The same description, the same vintage clothing, the same way of moving. That afternoon, Thomas came over after his shift. He was still shaken from his experience the night before. As we sat talking in my room, Jinx suddenly arched his back and hissed at the empty doorway. Seconds later, the temperature dropped so drastically we could see our breath. The shadow woman appeared, but this time she wasn't alone. Behind her was a darker, more menacing shape, humanoid but wrong somehow, like its proportions were slightly off. The shadow woman positioned herself between us and this darker entity. She raised her arm as if warding it off, and to my astonishment, the dark figure retreated, backing away down the hall until it disappeared. Thomas saw it all. He was gripping my hand so tight it hurt. "What the hell was that?" he whispered. I think she's protecting us," I said, the realization dawning on me. "She's been here the whole time, walking through my room, checking on me. And now she's keeping something else away." Over the next week of my recovery, we began to understand the pattern. The shadow woman appeared most often when I was alone or vulnerable. She would walk her routes through the house like she was patrolling. Sometimes she'd stop and look directly at me, and although I could never make out her facial features clearly, I sensed concern from her. Madison finally saw her too, standing at the end of the hallway one night when she got up to use the bathroom. Instead of being scared, Madison said she felt oddly comforted, like the presence was familiar somehow. The darker entity Thomas had seen at his workplace never returned there, but twice more it attempted to enter our home. Each time, the shadow woman intercepted it. The second time, I witnessed what looked like a confrontation between them in the upstairs hallway, silent but intense, ending with the darker entity retreating. As I recovered and grew stronger, the shadow woman's appearances became less frequent. The last time I saw her was exactly 2 weeks after my surgery, the day I was finally able to move around normally again. She stood in my doorway, gave what seemed like a nod of acknowledgement, and then simply faded away. We researched the history of our house afterward and discovered it had been built in 1947. The original owner was a woman named Eleanor Harmon, who had worked as a nurse during World War II. She lived in the house until her death in 1972. We found an old photograph of her in town records. She was wearing a dress with the same silhouette as our shadow woman. Thomas never saw the dark entity at his workplace again, but he quit that job a month later anyway. He couldn't shake the feeling of being watched whenever he was alone there. It's been 8 months now. I've fully recovered from the surgery, and our house feels different, lighter somehow. We still occasionally hear footsteps or find a door open that we're sure we closed, but it feels benign, even protective. I don't know why Eleanor chose to guard me during my recovery, or what that dark entity was that seemed to be drawn to my vulnerable state. All I know is that during the time when I was at my weakest, something from beyond was watching over me, standing between me and whatever darkness was trying to get in. I still see her sometimes, just a glimpse out of the corner of my eye, a dark silhouette in vintage clothes, making her rounds through our home, keeping watch, and instead of fear, I feel gratitude. Story 5. I still get a weird feeling in my stomach when I think about what happened last October. I've thought about it hundreds of times since then, and I still can't make sense of any of it. I've never been someone who believes in the supernatural, but what happened that night in my house has completely changed my perspective. My sister Karen was staying with us for the weekend, along with her daughter Emma. It was just me, my daughter Sarah, Karen, and Emma at our home in Mapleton. My husband was away on a business trip, so I was happy to have the company. It was a pretty typical fall evening. The days were getting shorter, there was a chill in the air, and the trees around our property were showing beautiful orange and red colors. I was in the kitchen making dinner for everyone, just a simple pasta dish with garlic bread. Karen was helping me chop veggies, while Sarah and Emma, who were both 16, were sitting at the kitchen island chatting about school drama or whatever teenage girls talk about these days. The kitchen was warm and smelled amazing, and we were all just enjoying each other's company. That's when we heard it, a knock at the back door. Not the front door where we have a doorbell that everyone uses, but the back door that leads from our deck into the kitchen. I remember looking at Karen with confusion because nobody ever uses that door except for us. Most people don't even know it exists unless they've been to a backyard barbecue or something. "Are you expecting anyone?" Karen asked me, and I shook my head. "Maybe it's a neighbor," I suggested, though none of our neighbors had ever come to the back door before. I wiped my hands on a dish towel and walked over to the door. When I opened it, there stood this tiny elderly woman. She couldn't have been more than 4'10", with gray hair pulled back in a tight bun. But what immediately caught my attention was all the gold jewelry she was wearing. I'm not exaggerating when I say she had rings on every finger. Some fingers had multiple rings. She wore at least 3 or 4 gold necklaces of varying lengths, and her wrists were covered in noisy gold bracelets that clinked together whenever she moved. Her clothes were old-fashioned, a dark dress with some kind of embroidery around the collar and a heavy-looking cardigan despite it not being that cold out. "Hello," I said, definitely confused. When she spoke, she had this thick European accent, maybe Eastern European, but I couldn't place it exactly. Her voice was surprisingly strong and clear for someone who looked to be in her 80s. "I am looking for my daughter," she said, her eyes fixed intensely on mine. "She lives here." I felt immediately uncomfortable. Something about her stare was so penetrating, like she was looking through me rather than at me. "I'm sorry, but there must be some mistake," I told her. "It's just me and my daughter who live here, along with my husband who's away right now. Maybe you have the wrong address." The woman's expression changed then. Her face crumpled in what looked like genuine distress. No, this is the house. My daughter is here." Her bracelets jangled loudly as she gestured toward the inside of my kitchen. I could feel Karen, Sarah, and Emma all watching from behind me. The atmosphere in the kitchen had completely changed. The coziness was gone, replaced with this strange tension. "I'm sorry, but there's definitely a mistake," I said more firmly. "Maybe call the police so they can help you find your daughter." That's when things got weirder. The woman's expression hardened and she asked, "May I come in? I need to look for myself." Every alarm bell in my head was ringing. There was no way I was letting this stranger into my house. "No, I'm sorry, I can't let you in, but I'd be happy to call someone who can help you." The woman stared at me for what felt like forever, and I swear the temperature around me dropped several degrees. Then, very deliberately, she said, "I'll leave now, but tell my daughter I'll come back." The way she said it wasn't like a simple message. It felt like a threat. I closed the door immediately and locked it, my hands shaking a little. When I turned around, Karen was already rushing to the front of the house to make sure the front door was locked too. Sarah and Emma looked scared. "Mom, who was that?" Sarah asked, her voice quiet. "Just someone confused," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "She's probably elderly and got mixed up about where her daughter lives." We all moved to the front window to watch her leave, but here's the first truly strange thing. There was no sign of her. She should have had to walk around the side of the house to get to the street, and we would have seen her from the front windows, but there was nobody there. It was like she'd vanished into thin air. "Maybe she went the other way," Karen suggested, but we both knew there was really nowhere else to go from our back door except around to the front. We tried to shake it off and get back to making dinner, but the mood had definitely changed. We kept the conversation light, but I noticed we were all a bit jumpier than normal. Every small noise made us glance toward the doors. After dinner, we decided to watch a movie in the living room to distract ourselves. It was around 8:30 when we settled in with some popcorn and hot chocolate. We picked some light comedy, definitely nothing scary, and were about 30 minutes into it when the power suddenly went out. The house went completely dark except for the glow from our phones. Emma let out a small scream, and I immediately tried to reassure everyone. "It's okay, probably just a power outage in the neighborhood. Let me find some candles." I used my phone flashlight to find the emergency candles in the kitchen drawer and brought them back to the living room. Once we had a few candles lit, the living room took on this soft, flickering glow. Outside was pitch black. No street lights, no lights from neighbors' houses, so it seemed like the outage was affecting the whole area. Sarah suggested we tell ghost stories while we waited for the power to come back on. In retrospect, maybe not the best idea given what had happened earlier, but at the time it seemed like a fun way to embrace the spooky atmosphere rather than be afraid of it. We started with silly, obviously fake stories, the kind you tell at sleepovers. But then Karen started telling this old folk tale she remembered from our grandmother about a spirit that knocks on doors looking for someone who's passed away. According to the story, if you let this spirit in, it would take someone else in exchange for the person it was seeking. "The spirit always has to be invited in," Karen said, her face eerily lit from below by the candle. "It can't enter otherwise, and it will use any trick to get you to invite it, claiming to be lost, saying it knows you, even pretending to be someone you're expecting." I noticed Sarah and Emma exchanging nervous glances. I was about to suggest we change the subject when it happened. All 3 doors to our house, the outer front door, the inner front door, and the back door, blew open at exactly the same moment. Not just unlocked or pushed open, they flew open with such force that the doorknobs smashed into the walls, leaving marks that are still there today. A blast of freezing cold air rushed through the house, putting out all the candles at once. Papers went flying off the coffee table, and the curtains whipped around violently. It felt like standing in the middle of a wind tunnel, but what made it truly terrifying was that it wasn't windy outside at all that night. Before any of us could even move, all 3 doors slammed shut again, in the reverse order. Back door first, then inner front door, then outer front door. Bang, bang, bang. It was so loud it felt like the house shook. We were all frozen in place, huddled together on the couch. Emma was crying, and Sarah was gripping my arm so tight it left marks. After a few seconds of shocked silence, I forced myself to get up. "Stay here," I whispered to everyone, though I was terrified myself. I grabbed my phone for light and checked the back door first. It was closed and, this is what makes no sense, it was still locked. The deadbolt was still in the locked position, yet somehow the door had opened and closed on its own. I checked both front doors next. Same thing. All 3 doors were securely locked from the inside, just as they had been before. As I was standing there trying to process what was happening, the power suddenly came back on. But instead of things returning to normal, the TV in the living room blasted back to life at full volume. I mean, full volume, way louder than we'd had it before. It startled everyone so badly that Emma actually fell off the couch. I ran back to the living room and grabbed the remote, but it took several presses of the volume button to get the sound down. My hands were shaking so badly I could hardly hold the remote. "What the hell was that?" Karen asked, her face completely pale. None of us had an answer. We checked the entire house, every closet, under every bed, behind every door. Nothing was disturbed, nothing was missing, and there was absolutely no sign that anyone had been in our house. The only evidence that anything had happened at all were the 3 small dents in the walls where the doorknobs had hit. We were all too terrified to sleep separately that night. We dragged mattresses and blankets into the living room and slept together with every light in the house turned on and the TV playing quietly. None of us got much sleep. The next morning we talked about what happened, trying to come up with rational explanations. Maybe it was a power surge when the electricity came back on that somehow affected the door locks. Maybe there was some kind of weird air pressure event. But deep down, we all made the connection between the strange woman at the door and what happened later. I've never seen that woman again. But sometimes when I'm home alone, I swear I can hear the faint sound of gold bracelets jingling somewhere in the house. I've had the locks changed twice since that night. It hasn't helped with the feeling that she's still somehow able to get in whenever she wants. I don't know who she was looking for or why she came to our house specifically. I've researched the history of our property and found nothing about any elderly women or daughters who might have lived here before us. But one thing I know for certain: when she said she'd come back, she wasn't talking about knocking on the door again. I still live in the same house. Sometimes I think about moving, but part of me is afraid that whatever happened that night would follow us. All I know is that I'll never ignore the feeling I had when I first saw her standing at our back door. That instant sense that something was deeply wrong. Story 6. I never thought I'd be writing about this. Even now, my hands are trembling as I type. I keep looking over my shoulder, afraid she's somehow watching me. This happened just 3 days ago, and I haven't been able to sleep properly since. For context, I live in Belize, where witchcraft isn't some far-fetched fantasy. It's woven into our everyday life. Rich, poor, educated, uneducated, doesn't matter. People here practice it openly or secretly. My grandmother used to tell me stories about brujos and their rituals, but I always half believed them. I mean, I respected the traditions, but I never thought I'd experience anything myself. I'm 25, work at a tourism company during the week, and mountain bike every chance I get. The trails here are incredible. Lush jungles, limestone caves, ancient Mayan ruins hidden among the trees. My buddy Carlos and I try to explore a new trail every weekend. Last Saturday started like any other ride. We'd heard about this trail that cuts through a ravine about 40 minutes from town. It wasn't on any official maps, but a guy at the bike shop mentioned it had some challenging terrain and cool views. Perfect for us. We parked at the base of the mountain around 2 in the afternoon. The weather was typical, hot, humid, but with enough cloud cover to make it bearable. The first part of the trail was nothing special, just your standard jungle path with birds calling overhead and monkeys watching from the trees. About an hour in, we reached the ravine. From the top, it looked pretty normal, a steep drop with a narrow path zigzagging down to a stream at the bottom. But as we started our descent, I noticed something weird. The vegetation changed dramatically. The surrounding jungle was vibrant, bursting with life, but inside the ravine, many of the trees were dead. Not just a few, almost all of them. Twisted gray skeletons reaching up from the earth. "You seeing this?" I asked Carlos, pointing at the dead trees. "Yeah, man. Probably some kind of plant disease or something," he replied, but I could tell by his voice he wasn't convinced. We continued down, the trail getting steeper and more technical. I was focused on not wiping out when suddenly the air changed. It's hard to describe, but it was like walking from a warm room into a freezer. Not just colder, but heavier somehow. Carlos must have felt it too because he stopped abruptly, causing me to nearly crash into him. "You feel that?" he whispered. Before I could answer, it hit me full force. The best way I can describe it is like being underwater at great depth, this immense pressure squeezing from all directions. My ears popped painfully, and I felt a weight on my chest, making it hard to breathe. It wasn't just physical, there was a feeling of dread, like something terrible was about to happen. Carlos's eyes were wide with panic. Without saying a word, we both turned our bikes around and started pedaling uphill, away from the ravine floor. It was exhausting, pushing against both the steep incline and that invisible pressure. But fear gave us strength I didn't know we had. The moment we reached the rim of the ravine, the sensation vanished. We stopped, gasping for breath, our shirts soaked with sweat that wasn't just from the exertion. "What the fuck was that?" Carlos finally said after we'd caught our breath. "No idea," I answered, looking back down at the ravine. From above it looked harmless again. Maybe gas pockets from decomposition or a dramatic temperature inversion. Carlos gave me a look that said he wasn't buying my rational explanations any more than I was. "Let's get out of here, man. This place isn't right." We rode back mostly in silence, both trying to process what happened. By the time we reached the car, we'd started joking about it, the way people do when they're uncomfortable. "Haunted ravine, bro. Maybe we found the gateway to hell." Laughing it off helped, and by the time I got home, I'd convinced myself it was probably just some natural phenomenon I didn't understand. Then night came. I fell asleep quickly, exhausted from the day's ride. The dream started normally enough. I was back at the ravine, but alone this time. In the dream, I wasn't afraid. I was curious, walking down to the ravine floor, wanting to understand what had happened earlier. The dead trees seemed even more grotesque in the moonlight of my dream, their branches like arthritic fingers clawing at the sky. When I reached the bottom, I noticed a small clearing I hadn't seen before. In the center stood a woman with her back to me. She wore a long black dress that seemed to absorb the moonlight around her. Her hair hung down to her waist, black and perfectly straight. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding muffled even to my own ears. She turned slowly, and that's when true terror hit me. Her face was wrong, smooth and expressionless like a doll's, but with eyes that were too alive, too aware. They didn't blink, not once. I tried to run, but my feet were rooted to the ground. The woman began moving toward me, but her feet weren't touching the ground. She was floating, gliding across the clearing, her dress not even swaying with movement. When she reached me, she raised her arm with unnatural slowness. Her skin was pale, almost translucent in the moonlight. She extended her thumb and pressed it against the center of my forehead. The sensation was immediate and excruciating, like being branded with ice, a cold so intense it burned. I wanted to scream but couldn't make a sound. As her thumb pressed harder, her face began to change. The flesh sagged, then decayed, the smooth, doll-like features rotting away until she resembled a weeks-old corpse. And then, God help me, she smiled. Her lips pulled back to reveal blackened gums and yellowed teeth. "You're mine now," she whispered, her voice like dry leaves scraping against stone. I woke up screaming, bolt upright in bed, drenched in sweat. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it might burst from my chest. It took me several minutes to calm down enough to realize I was safe in my bedroom, but then I noticed the pain. My forehead hurt exactly where the woman had touched me in the dream. I stumbled to the bathroom, flipped on the light, and stared at my reflection. There, in the center of my forehead, was a mark, a small circular bruise, dark purple at the edges, fading to a sickly yellow in the center. I touched it gently and winced at the pain. It was real. The mark from my dream was physically on my body. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat up researching similar experiences, reading about sleep paralysis, hypnagogic hallucinations, anything to explain what had happened. but none of it accounted for the mark. The next morning I called Carlos. When I told him about my dream and the mark, there was a long silence on the other end. "Don't fuck around with this stuff, man," he finally said. "My abuela would say you've been marked by a bruja. Stay away from that place." "I have to go back," I said, surprising myself with the words. "I need to understand what's happening." "Are you crazy? After what we felt there, after your dream? No way, man. I'm not going back." "I'm not asking you to come. I need to see it in daylight. The rational part of me is saying there's an explanation, and I won't be able to rest until I find it." Carlos tried to talk me out of it, but my mind was made up. The mark on my forehead seemed to throb with each heartbeat, a constant reminder that something unexplainable had happened. Around noon, I drove back to the trailhead alone. The forest seemed different this time, quieter, as if the wildlife was avoiding the area. I hiked rather than biked, wanting to be able to observe more carefully. As I approached the ravine, that sense of dread returned, but more distant, like the warning rumble before a storm. I paused at the rim, looking down at those dead trees. In daylight, they seemed even more unnatural, a patch of death surrounded by vibrant life. I took a deep breath and started down. The pressure was there, but less intense than before, almost as if whatever caused it was resting. About halfway down, I spotted something I'd missed on our first visit, a narrow side path leading away from the main trail. Following it, I came to a small clearing similar to the one in my dream, though not exactly the same. What I found there made my blood run cold. It was unmistakably a ritual site. A crude altar made of stacked stones stood in the center. Around it, the ground was stained dark in places. There were chicken feathers scattered about, and to my horror, several severed hen heads in various states of decay, empty whiskey bottles, cigarette butts, and the charred remains of papers surrounded the altar. This wasn't just someone's idea of a prank. This was a working witch's shrine, hidden away in this dead part of the forest where nobody would stumble upon it except by accident, as Carlos and I had done. I took a few pictures with shaking hands, then noticed something that made my heart stop. Scratched into one of the altar stones was a symbol, a circle with intricate patterns inside it that looked eerily similar to the mark on my forehead. I backed away, then turned and ran, scrambling up the ravine path as fast as I could, not stopping until I reached my car. The whole drive home, I kept checking my rearview mirror, convinced I was being followed. That was 3 days ago. The mark on my forehead hasn't faded. If anything, it's becoming more defined, the pattern more intricate. I've had the same dream every night, the woman with the doll face finding me no matter where I hide. Last night, she told me she's coming for me soon, that the mark is her way of finding me. I've tried talking to a local healer, but she took one look at my forehead and refused to help, crossing herself and muttering prayers. I don't know what to do. I don't even know what's happening to me. All I know is that something from that ravine has followed me home. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I see a shadow that shouldn't be there. And at night, when everything is quiet, I swear I can hear dry leaves scraping against stone. The mark is burning as I write this. I think she knows I'm telling her secret. Story 7. I've always been skeptical about the supernatural. Ghosts, demons, spirits. I chalked it all up to superstition and overactive imaginations. That was until about 3 months ago, when something happened that I still can't explain rationally. I'm a 22-year-old college student at Pineville Community College, studying computer science. My life was pretty normal, stressing about exams, hanging out with my girlfriend Mia, and living with my mom in our small 2-bedroom house on the edge of town. We've always been close, but lately we'd been getting on each other's nerves. Just typical stuff, you know. She'd get annoyed when I stayed up too late gaming or when I left dishes in the sink. I'd get irritated when she'd ask me a million questions about school or my relationship. What I didn't know was that my mum had been talking to her friend Teresa about our arguments. Teresa calls herself a medium, someone who can communicate with spirits and energies. I always rolled my eyes whenever my mom mentioned her, but I kept my mouth shut because Teresa had been there for my mom after Dad left us when I was 12. The day everything changed started normally enough. I woke up exhausted, which had become my new normal for the past couple weeks. Despite going to bed at a decent time, I'd been struggling with insomnia. I'd lie awake for hours, feeling like someone was watching me from the corners of my room. I'd dismissed it as stress from midterms. That morning, I dragged myself to the kitchen where Mom was making coffee. She looked at me with concern. "You look terrible, Daniel. Still not sleeping?" I mumbled something about studying late and grabbed a mug. That's when she dropped the bomb. "I talked to Teresa yesterday. She says there's a spirit attached to you." I nearly choked on my coffee. "What?" "She says it's something negative. It's leaning on you, draining your energy. That's why we've been fighting so much lately." I stared at her, trying to process this ridiculous claim. "Mom, come on. We've been arguing because I'm stressed about school and you're stressed about work, not because of some ghost." "Evil spirit," she corrected. "Not a ghost. And Teresa is never wrong about these things." I sighed heavily. "I'm going to be late for class." As I turned to leave, she called after me. "Just think about it, Daniel. Haven't you been feeling strange lately? Teresa said you would feel watched, anxious." That stopped me in my tracks. I had been feeling watched, constantly, but it was just anxiety, right? I shook my head and left without responding. Throughout my classes that day, I couldn't focus. My mom's words kept replaying in my head. I'd been feeling off for weeks now. The insomnia, the constant feeling of being observed, the unexplained anxiety that would hit me in waves. I kept dismissing it as stress, but what if it was something else? After classes, I met up with Mia at the campus coffee shop. She immediately noticed something was wrong. "What's up? You look like you've seen a ghost," she joked. The irony wasn't lost on me. I told her about my mom's conversation with Teresa. Mia laughed. "Seriously, an evil spirit? Your mom needs to stop hanging out with that woman." I laughed too, feeling relieved. Hearing someone else dismiss it made it seem ridiculous again. "Yeah, I know, but it's weird. I have been feeling strange lately." "How so?" she asked, suddenly more serious. I hesitated. "Just not sleeping well, feeling on edge, like I'm being watched." "That's called finals week, babe," she said, squeezing my hand. "Everyone feels that way." I nodded, but something still nagged at me. I didn't mention the breathing. It had started about 2 weeks ago. I'd be alone in my room, usually late at night, and I'd hear it, soft, steady breathing that wasn't mine. The first time it happened, I jumped up and turned on all the lights, convinced someone was in my room, but there was never anyone there. After the third or fourth time, I'd started to question if I was imagining it. When I got home that evening, the house was empty. Mom had left a note saying she was at a book club and would be back around 9. I made myself a sandwich and sat at the kitchen table, scrolling through my phone. That's when I felt it again, the sensation of being watched. I looked up, scanning the empty kitchen. Nothing. I shook it off and went to my room to study. About an hour later, I was deep into a coding assignment when I heard it, the breathing. It seemed to come from right behind me, over my left shoulder. I froze, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. Slowly, I turned around. Empty room. "Get it together, Daniel," I muttered to myself. "You're letting Mom's crazy talk get to you." I turned back to my computer, but I couldn't focus anymore. The sensation of being observed had intensified. It felt like someone was standing directly behind me, watching me work. I kept turning around, expecting to see someone, but there was never anyone there. Eventually, I gave up on studying and decided to go to bed early, hoping to catch up on some sleep. I changed, brushed my teeth, and climbed into bed. As I was about to turn off the lamp, I noticed something strange. My cat, Jasper, wasn't in his usual spot at the foot of my bed. Jasper had slept with me every night since he was a kitten. It was our routine, but now that I thought about it, he hadn't been sleeping in my room for the past couple weeks. I'd been so caught up in my sleep issues that I hadn't even noticed. I called for him, but he didn't come. Strange. I turned off the light and laid down, staring at the ceiling in the darkness. Sleep didn't come easily. It never did anymore. but eventually I drifted off. I'm not sure how long I slept before I was jolted awake. Someone, or something, had pulled my hair. Hard. I sat up with a gasp, my heart pounding. I reached for the lamp and turned it on, illuminating my empty bedroom. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking. No response. I got up and checked under the bed, in the closet, behind the door. Nothing. I even went to check if Mum was home yet. She was, sound asleep in her room. When I returned to my bed, I noticed something on my pillow. It was my beaded necklace, a simple thing I'd made at a festival last year with Mia. I'd worn it every day since then, including when I went to sleep. I picked it up, confused. The string had snapped, and the beads were scattered across my pillow. I couldn't remember it breaking. I always handled it carefully. It had sentimental value. Mia and I had picked out the beads together, each one representing something important to us. As I gathered the beads, my hands trembling slightly, I remembered something I'd read online once about how jewelry breaking unexpectedly could signify negative energy accumulation. At the time, I'd thought it was nonsense. Now, I wasn't so sure. Unable to fall back asleep, I turned to my phone and started researching spirit attachments, half hating myself for even considering it. What I found sent chills down my spine. People reported insomnia, feeling watched, unexplained anxiety, hearing breathing or whispers, pets acting strange, and even physical sensations like being touched or having hair pulled. Every single symptom matched what I'd been experiencing. By the time morning came, I was a wreck. I hadn't slept at all after the hair-pulling incident. When I went to the kitchen, Mum took one look at me and her face fell. "It's getting worse, isn't it?" she asked quietly. I couldn't deny it anymore. "Something pulled my hair last night, and my necklace broke." She nodded as if she'd expected this. "Teresa said it would escalate. The spirit is feeding off your energy." "Why me?" I asked, my voice cracking. "What did I do?" "Sometimes they just latch onto people who are vulnerable. You've been stressed, your energy is low. It makes you an easier target." I sat down heavily. "So what do we do?" "Teresa gave me some sage and Palo Santo. We need to cleanse the house, especially your room." Under normal circumstances, I would have scoffed at the idea. But after what happened during the night, I was willing to try anything. Mom spent the afternoon burning sage and Palo Santo, wafting the smoke into every corner of the house while reciting prayers I didn't recognize. The house smelled like a hippie shop by the time she was done, but I have to admit, I felt a little better. Maybe it was just the placebo effect, or maybe there was something to this cleansing ritual after all. That evening I was sitting on the couch watching TV when Jasper suddenly jumped up next to me. He hadn't been this close to me in weeks. He curled up against my leg, purring loudly. It felt like a good sign, but my relief was short-lived. As the sun set and darkness filled the house, the feeling of being watched returned, stronger than ever. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the TV show, but it was impossible. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end, and I could feel my heart racing. Then came the breathing, right next to my ear, so close I could almost feel the warm air. I jumped up, startling Jasper, who darted away. "Leave me alone!" I shouted into the empty room. The breathing stopped, but the sensation of being watched intensified. I felt like I was being circled, sized up by something I couldn't see. I called for my mom, who came running from her bedroom. "What's wrong?" she asked, alarmed. "It's still here," I said, my voice shaking. The sage didn't work. She looked around the room nervously. "Maybe we need Teresa to come over. She could do a proper cleansing." The thought of bringing Teresa into this made me uncomfortable, but I was desperate. "Fine. Call her." Mom went to get her phone, and I was left alone in the living room again. The silence was deafening. I could feel sweat beading on my forehead despite the cool temperature in the house. Suddenly, something caught my eye, a shadow moving across the wall. It wasn't cast by anything I could see. It moved independently, sliding across the wall like an oil slick. I watched, paralyzed with fear, as it seemed to take shape, elongating. developing what looked like limbs. My breath caught in my throat. The shadow paused, as if sensing my attention, then slowly turned toward me. I can't explain how I knew it was looking at me, but I did. I felt its attention like a physical weight. Then it moved, not along the wall this time, but toward me, detaching itself from the surface and floating through the air. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even scream. The shadow hovered before me, formless yet somehow threatening. Then it lunged. I felt a crushing weight on my chest, pushing me back against the couch. I couldn't breathe. Black spots danced in my vision as I struggled against the invisible force. Just when I thought I would pass out, my mom returned to the room. The pressure instantly vanished, and I gasped for air. "Daniel, what happened?" she asked, rushing to my side. I couldn't speak right away, still trying to catch my breath. When I finally could, I told her what I'd seen and felt. She called Teresa immediately, putting her on speaker. Teresa listened to my account silently, then spoke in a grave voice. "It's stronger than I thought. This isn't just a negative energy or a lost soul. This is something else." "What do you mean?" I asked, my voice still shaky. "Something darker, something that doesn't want to leave." That's when the lights went out. All of them, simultaneously. My mom and I froze. Even Teresa fell silent on the phone. In the darkness, I could hear it again, the breathing. But this time, it wasn't just near my ear. It was all around us, coming from every corner of the room, as if we were surrounded. My phone's flashlight revealed nothing, but the breathing continued. Mom was holding onto my arm so tightly it hurt, but I barely noticed. We were both too terrified to move. Teresa was saying something on the phone, but her voice seemed far away, drowned out by the breathing that was growing louder by the second. Then, right before my eyes, the beads from my broken necklace, which I'd placed on the coffee table, began to move, rolling across the surface, seemingly of their own accord, arranging themselves in a pattern I couldn't discern in the dim light. That's when I realized we weren't dealing with just any spirit. Whatever had attached itself to me was powerful, intelligent, and very, very real, and it's still with me today. The cleansings didn't work. Neither did the protective crystals Teresa brought over, or the prayers, or anything else we've tried. It's quieter sometimes, less active, but I know it's still there, watching, waiting. I still feel it sometimes. The weight on my chest when I'm trying to sleep, the sensation of being watched, the occasional touch or tug at my clothes. Jasper still won't come near my room. Mom wants me to see a psychiatrist, thinking maybe it's all in my head. Maybe she's right. Maybe I'm losing my mind. But deep down, I know what I experienced was real. Whatever this thing is, it chose me for a reason, and I don't think it's going to let me go anytime soon. Story 8. I never believed in ghosts or spirits or any of that paranormal stuff. I was always the skeptical one in my friend group who'd roll my eyes whenever someone would talk about their ghost encounter. But that was before it happened to me. I'm 20 years old, living with my dad in Lakewood. We've been in this house since I was 13, and I never noticed anything strange until about 8 months ago. It's not even that old of a house, built in the 90s, and nobody died here as far as I know. The first time it happened, my dad had just left for a 2-week trip back to his home country. He goes a few times a year to visit family, and I always stay behind to take care of the house and our dog, Milo. I was watching anime in the living room, some comedy that had me laughing out loud. Then, during a pause in the show, I heard it, laughter that sounded exactly like mine, coming from the kitchen. I froze. The sound was so clear, so identical to my own laugh, that for a split second, I thought maybe the TV had somehow recorded me and played it back. But that made no sense. I muted the TV and sat perfectly still, listening. Nothing. I convinced myself I'd imagined it and went back to my show. The next night, I was in my bedroom when I heard footsteps in the hallway, heavy ones like someone wearing boots. Our dog Milo heard it too. He lifted his head from his bed and stared at my closed door, his ears perked up. I called out, thinking maybe my dad had come home early, but no one answered. When I finally worked up the courage to check, the hallway was empty. Milo refused to leave my room that night, which was weird because he usually sleeps in the living room. Over the next few days, things escalated. I'd hear whispering when I was alone in a room. Objects would move, not dramatically flying across the room or anything, but I'd put my phone down on the coffee table, go to the bathroom, and come back to find it on the couch. At first, I kept telling myself I was just being forgetful, but it happened too often. About a week into my dad's trip, my friend Jess came over to hang out. We were watching a movie in the living room when she suddenly grabbed my arm. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. "Hear what?" I asked, though I had a sinking feeling in my stomach. Someone just whispered my name. It sounded like it came from right behind me. I hadn't heard anything, but the look on her face was pure fear. Then, as if on cue, the lamp next to her flickered off and on 3 times. Jess jumped up, nearly in tears. "What the hell, Sophia? Is this some kind of joke?" "I swear it's not me," I said, feeling weirdly calm despite the situation. Maybe I was getting used to the strange occurrences. This stuff has been happening since my dad left. She didn't believe me at first, but when we both heard what sounded like fingers tapping on the wall behind us, she grabbed her things and headed for the door. "I'm sorry I can't do this," she said. "Call me when your dad gets back." After she left, I felt a surge of anger. Whatever was happening was now affecting my relationships. I stood in the middle of the living room and said firmly, "Stop scaring my visitors. If you want to communicate with me, fine, but leave my friends alone." I felt ridiculous talking to empty air, but what happened next made my skin crawl. The tapping stopped immediately. The house went completely silent. Even the usual creaks and settling noises disappeared. It was like whatever was there was listening to me. That night, lying in bed with Milo pressed against my side, I decided to try something. If this thing could listen, maybe it could answer questions. "If you're here and can understand me, tap once on the wall," I said out loud, feeling both stupid and terrified. One clear tap came from the wall beside my bed. My heart raced, but I continued. "Okay, let's establish some rules. 1 tap for yes, 2 taps for no, 5 seconds of silence if you don't know. Do you understand?" 1 tap. "Are you a ghost? Someone who died?" 2 taps. "That surprised me. Are you something else?" 1 tap. "Do you mean to harm me?" 2 quick taps. "Are you connected to me somehow?" 1 tap. I asked more questions that night, trying to figure out what this entity was and why it was in my house. The answers were confusing. It wasn't a ghost. It didn't want to hurt me, but it was somehow connected to me. When I asked if it was connected to my dad, it gave 5 seconds of silence. It didn't know. The strangest part was that the day my dad came home, everything stopped. No footsteps, no whispers, no moving objects, nothing. I didn't tell him about what had been happening. He's very practical and would either think I was making it up or suggest I see a doctor. But the second he left for his next trip, about 3 weeks later, it all started again. This time, the activity began the moment his car pulled out of the driveway. The TV turned on by itself, switching channels until it landed on an anime show. The same one I'd been watching the first time I heard the laughter. I tried to talk to some of my other friends about what was happening, but most of them just looked at me like I was crazy. One friend, Maya, whose mom is really into spiritual stuff, like an actual witch with crystals and tarot cards and everything, suggested I come talk to her mom. Maya's mom listened to my story without judgment, nodding occasionally as if what I was describing was completely normal. "Your third eye is open," she said finally. "Some people naturally attract spirits. They're drawn to your energy." I didn't know what to make of that. "But why only when my dad is gone?" She shrugged. "Some people have energy that repels spirits. Your father might be one of those people, or perhaps this entity specifically wants to communicate with you alone." After that conversation, I started noticing things happening outside the house too. My car radio would switch stations on its own, always landing on songs I liked. At work, I'm a barista at a local coffee shop. Cups would move when I wasn't looking, or I'd hear my name whispered when I was alone in the stockroom. I've lost a few friends over this. Jess never came back to my house, and when I tried to tell my friend group what was happening, most of them got uncomfortable. Maya is still around, but she's always been into weird stuff anyway. Last month, during my dad's most recent trip, things got more intense. I woke up one night to find all the kitchen cabinets open. The next morning, the chlorine boxes for our pool had been thrown across the garage. I wasn't scared anymore, just annoyed. "Cut it out," I said out loud while cleaning up the mess. "If you want my attention, you don't need to make a mess." One tap came from the garage wall. That night, I decided to try a more extensive conversation. I sat cross-legged on my bed with a notebook and started asking questions. "Are you always here, even when my dad is home?" 2 taps. "Do you leave when he comes back?" 1 tap. "Do you follow me to work and my car?" 1 tap. "Are there others like you around?" 1 tap. "Can they communicate with me too?" 2 taps. "Am I special somehow?" 1 tap. I wrote everything down, trying to make sense of it all. According to whatever this was, I had some kind of ability or energy that attracted it, and potentially others like it, but it was the only one that could communicate with me. The next morning, I woke up to find my furniture rearranged. Not dramatically, just everything shifted a few inches from where it had been. The notebook where I'd written down our conversation was open on my desk with a new mark on the page, a single line drawn through one of my questions. Am I special somehow? This past week has been the worst so far. My dad left for a month-long trip 3 days ago, and since then the activity has been non-stop. Last night, I heard what sounded like someone running up and down the hallway for hours. Milo wouldn't stop barking. The tapping on the walls was constant, not following our 1 tap, 2 tap system, but just random, almost frantic tapping. When I finally got up and demanded to know what it wanted, everything went silent. Then, slowly, my bedroom door creaked open. Nothing was there, but I felt a cold spot move past me toward my bed. My notebook flipped open again, pages turning on their own until it stopped at a blank page. I watched, frozen in place, as an invisible force pressed down on the page, leaving indentations in the shape of words. Not alone. I haven't slept since. I'm writing this at my kitchen table, with Milo pressed against my feet, whining occasionally and staring at empty corners of the room. I don't know what to do. I can't keep living like this, but I can't leave. This is my home, and whatever this thing is, it follows me anyway. The worst part is, I'm starting to think Maya's mom was right. Last night, after finding those words in my notebook, I looked in the bathroom mirror, and for a split second, I swear I saw someone else's face reflected back at me. Not superimposed over mine, but as mine. Same features, same eyes, but somehow, not me. I've tried to research what might be happening, but everything I find sounds like horror movie cliches that don't match my experience. This isn't some vengeful spirit or demon. It seems almost curious, like it's trying to tell me something I'm not understanding. My dad won't be back for another 27 days. I don't know if I can last that long. The tapping has started again as I'm writing this. It's not following our system anymore. It's erratic, urgent. Something's changed, and I don't know what it wants from me. All I know is that whatever is in my house, whatever follows me and communicates with me, it says I'm not alone, and I don't think it's talking about itself anymore. Story 9. I still haven't slept properly since that trip to West Virginia 3 months ago. I keep waking up in cold sweats, thinking I can hear those whispers again. I've never shared this with anyone, not even my family, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it. I've always been big on solo hiking. There's something about being alone in nature that clears my head better than anything else. Last spring, I was going through a rough patch after my divorce and decided to take a week off work for a hiking trip. I wanted to explore somewhere new, somewhere off the beaten path where I wouldn't run into other hikers. After researching some lesser-known trails in Appalachia, I came across mentions of a place called Cold Hollow in rural West Virginia. It wasn't on most maps, but a few old hiking forums mentioned it as having beautiful scenery and almost no visitors. Perfect, I thought. I drove out early on a Tuesday morning in April. The weather forecast looked decent, cool but clear. After about 4 hours of driving, I found myself on increasingly narrow country roads. My GPS signal was getting spotty, so I pulled into a small gas station to refill my tank and ask for directions. The place was one of those old-school stations with a single rusty pump and a small convenience store. Inside, an older man with a gray beard was sitting behind the counter reading a newspaper. When I asked about Cold Hollow, his entire demeanor changed. "Why would anyone want to go there?" he asked, setting his paper down. He explained that Cold Hollow wasn't a park or designated hiking area. It was just a stretch of forgotten forest with a bad reputation. Apparently, there used to be logging camps there back in the early 1900s, but they were abandoned after a series of disappearances. People just up and vanished, he said. Company blamed it on accidents or workers running off, but locals knew better. I'll admit I was intrigued rather than deterred. I figured it was just local superstition, the kind of story people tell to keep their landmarks special or scare off outsiders. The man reluctantly gave me directions but warned me again as I was leaving. "Don't stay after dark," he said, "and if you start hearing things, just leave." I thanked him and got back on the road, following his directions down a series of increasingly rough back roads. Eventually, I found a small dirt pull-off that he'd described, barely visible among the thick brush. According to him, this was where the old logging road into Cold Hollow began. I parked my truck, shouldered my backpack, and started hiking around noon. The trail was overgrown but still visible, a narrow path cutting through dense forest. The trees were old and gnarled, with thick canopies that blocked out most of the sunlight. It was unnaturally quiet, too. Most forests are alive with sounds: birds, insects, small animals rustling in the undergrowth. But Cold Hollow was almost silent. After about 3 hours of hiking, I noticed the forest getting denser and the trail harder to follow. The air felt heavier somehow, almost oppressive. I checked my phone and, as expected, had no signal. I continued using my compass to maintain a general northward direction. Around 4 in the afternoon, I found a small creek with clear water and decided it was a good spot to make camp. I set up my tent about 20 feet from the water's edge, collected some firewood, and got a small fire going. As the daylight started to fade, I heated up some freeze-dried pasta and ate while planning my route for the next day on my map. That's when I first heard the whispers. They were so faint at first that I thought it was just the wind in the trees or the creek bubbling over rocks. But as I listened more carefully, I realized there was a rhythm to it, almost like speech, but just beyond comprehension. I stood up and looked around, thinking maybe another hiker was nearby, but saw nothing but trees and shadows. I told myself it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks after spending hours alone in the woods. I finished my dinner, secured my food in a bear bag hung from a tree branch, and crawled into my tent around 9 o'clock. I fell asleep quickly, exhausted from the hike, but sometime in the middle of the night, I jolted awake. Something was moving outside my tent. I could hear footsteps, slow, deliberate footsteps, circling around me. The sound of twigs snapping and leaves crunching was unmistakable. I laid completely still, barely breathing, as whatever it was continued to circle my tent. Then it stopped, right by the tent entrance. I heard breathing, heavy, ragged breathing, just inches away from my face, with only the thin nylon of my tent between us. My heart was pounding so hard, I was sure whatever was out there could hear it. I reached slowly for my flashlight, but before I could grab it, the breathing moved away and the footsteps receded into the forest. I stayed frozen in place for what felt like hours, straining to hear any sounds of return. But eventually, the normal noises of the night forest, such as they were in that unnaturally quiet place, resumed. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When dawn finally broke, I seriously considered packing up and heading back to my truck. But in the morning light, with birds finally making some noise in the trees, my fear seemed silly. I convinced myself it was probably just a deer or some other animal curious about my camp. I decided to continue with my original plan of exploring the area for the day. After a quick breakfast, I secured my campsite and set off with a day pack, planning to do a loop and return before dark. The forest looked different in the daylight, less menacing but still oddly pristine, as if humans rarely set foot there. About 2 miles from my camp, I found the first signs of the old logging operation. There were rotting stumps of trees cut long ago and, a little further on, the collapsed remains of what must have been cabins. I counted 5 small structures, all in various states of decay. What struck me as odd was the complete absence of artifacts. Usually, abandoned places have some remnants of their former occupants, old tools, bottles, personal items, but these cabins were completely empty, as if they'd been meticulously cleaned out before being abandoned. No rusty nails, no broken glass, nothing. As I was examining one of the cabin foundations, I heard something that made my blood run cold. A sound like my name being called, but distorted, as if spoken underwater. I spun around, but there was nobody there, just trees and silence. I should have turned back then. I should have gone straight to my camp, packed up, and left that place. But curiosity got the better of me. I decided to follow the sound, telling myself I'd only go a short distance. The forest grew denser as I walked, the trees closer together, blocking out more and more of the sky. The temperature seemed to drop with each step. The whispering I'd heard the previous night returned, but louder now, more insistent, though I still couldn't make out the words. After about 20 minutes of walking, the dense forest suddenly opened up into a perfectly circular clearing about 100 feet in diameter. In the center stood the largest tree I've ever seen, an ancient oak with a trunk that must have been at least 10 feet wide. Its massive branches reached out in all directions, creating a canopy that covered the entire clearing. But it wasn't the size of the tree that made me stop in my tracks. It was what I saw at its base. There were bodies, or what looked like bodies, half embedded in the ground around the tree. They were partially consumed by the tree's roots, which had grown over and through them in a grotesque embrace. Their faces were frozen in expressions of terror, mouths open in silent screams. I stood there, unable to move, unable to process what I was seeing. There were at least 7 or 8 figures that I could count, in various stages of absorption into the earth and tree. Some looked recent, their clothing still recognizable as modern. Others seemed ancient, little more than dark outlines in the soil, and then one of them moved. It was slight, just the fingers of one hand clawing weakly at the dirt, but it was unmistakable. The person was still alive, somehow, despite being halfway consumed by the tree's roots. I stumbled backward in horror, my feet tangling in the underbrush. As I fell, the whispers around me suddenly became clearer, as if someone had turned up the volume on a radio. They were saying names, dozens of names, overlapping each other in a horrifying chorus. And among them, I heard my own name. I scrambled to my feet and ran. I ran blindly through the forest, branches whipping my face, my only thought to get as far away from that tree as possible. By some miracle, I found my way back to my campsite. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grab my things, but I knew I couldn't stay there a minute longer. As I was frantically shoving my tent into its bag without bothering to fold it properly, I heard footsteps approaching from the direction of the clearing. Heavy, deliberate footsteps coming straight toward me. I abandoned half my gear and just ran, my partially filled backpack bouncing against my spine. The footsteps followed, never speeding up but never falling behind either, as if whatever was following me was confident it would catch me eventually. Night was falling by the time I reached the logging road that led back to my truck. The whispers had followed me the entire way, growing louder and more insistent. As darkness closed in, I had to use my flashlight to stay on the path, the weak beam barely cutting through the gloom. I was maybe half a mile from my truck when my flashlight flickered and died. The darkness that engulfed me was absolute, and that's when the footsteps behind me finally stopped. A voice spoke directly into my ear, so cold and empty it didn't sound human. "You shouldn't be here." I ran the rest of the way in total darkness, tripping and falling numerous times but always getting back up. When I finally reached my truck, I fumbled with the keys, my hands slick with blood from cuts I didn't remember getting. As I drove away, I kept checking the rearview mirror, convinced I would see something following me on the road. I didn't stop driving until I reached the interstate, where the lights and presence of other cars finally made me feel somewhat safe. It's been 3 months since then. I've tried to convince myself it was all in my head. Stress, exhaustion, maybe even something I ate causing hallucinations. But deep down, I know what I saw was real. I've researched Cold Hollow obsessively since then. There's almost nothing about it online, just vague references to the abandoned logging camps and local legends about people going missing. No official records of what happened there, no explanation for what I experienced. I'm sharing this as a warning. Some places are meant to stay forgotten, and Cold Hollow is one of them. I haven't told anyone else about this because I'm afraid that by speaking its name, by remembering that place, I might somehow call its attention to me again. But sometimes at night, when I'm lying in bed trying to sleep, I swear I can hear whispers coming from just outside my window. And I'm terrified that by telling you this story, Cold Hollow might have found you too. Story 10. I've been sitting on this story for almost 2 years now. I haven't told anyone except my therapist, who probably thinks I'm making it up. I need to get this off my chest though, because I still wake up in cold sweats hearing those damn whispers. Writing this makes my hands shake, but here goes. Back in October of 2021, I was a junior at Ravens Creek Community College in Maine. Small town, you know the type. Everybody knows everybody, and there's not much to do except hit up the one decent coffee shop or drive 40 minutes to the nearest movie theater. I had 3 close friends, Jake, Matt, and Lily. Jake was this overconfident guy who thought he was indestructible. Matt was more laid back but would follow Jake anywhere. And Lily was my roommate, smart, logical, and usually the voice of reason. Halloween was coming up, and Jake kept pushing this stupid idea about exploring Blackwood Mansion. If you're not from around here, you wouldn't understand what that place means to us locals. The mansion sits on this hill overlooking the town, this massive Victorian monstrosity that's been abandoned for like 100 years. The story goes that the Blackwood family, super rich industrialists, just vanished one night. Dinner still on the table, beds unmade, everything left behind, no bodies, no evidence, nothing, just gone. Growing up, our parents used the mansion to scare us straight. Be home by dark, or the Blackwood ghosts will get you. That kind of thing. There were always stories about weird sounds coming from there. Piano music when nobody was inside, whispers carried on the wind, footsteps on the gravel driveway when no one was around. As kids, we'd dare each other to touch the front gate and then run away screaming. But here was Jake, suggesting we actually break in on Halloween night. Lily immediately said no, calling it trespassing. Matt just shrugged and said, "Could be fun." I should have sided with Lily. God, I should have listened to her. Jake wore us down over the next couple weeks. It'll be an adventure. We need good stories before we graduate. Don't be such babies. Eventually, even Lily caved. We agreed to meet at 10 that night, bringing flashlights and snacks, treating it like some stupid camping trip. Halloween night was freakishly perfect for what we were about to do. Full moon, slight fog rolling in from the coast, temperature just cold enough to see your breath. We parked Jake's car about a quarter mile from the property and walked the rest of the way. The entire time I had this growing knot in my stomach. Standing at those rusted iron gates, I almost bailed. They were at least 12 feet tall, with this creepy design of ravens and twisted vines. The gate wasn't even locked. It swung open with this horrible screech that made my skin crawl. "Maybe we shouldn't do this," I remember saying. "This place gives me the creeps." Jake just laughed. "Come on, Sophie, don't punk out now. It's just an old house." The gravel driveway seemed to go on forever, crunching under our feet as we approached. The mansion loomed larger with each step. 3 stories of weathered stone and wood, with these massive bay windows that looked like eyes watching us. Most were boarded up, but some had broken boards, like something had pushed its way out. The front door was this massive oak thing with iron fittings partially open. Already a bad sign, right? But Jake just pushed it wider and it moved without a sound. No creaking, not even a whisper of friction, like it was welcoming us in. Inside was, I don't even know how to describe it, like a time capsule of decay. This enormous entrance hall with a grand staircase sweeping up to the second floor, a chandelier hung from the ceiling. Crystals coated in decades of dust, but somehow intact. The wallpaper was peeling off in strips, and there was furniture everywhere covered in sheets that might have been white once, but were now this sickly yellow-gray. Our flashlights cut through the darkness, catching dust motes floating in the air. It smelled musty, like old books, and something else I couldn't identify, something sweeter and more rotten underneath. "This is insane," Matt whispered, shining his light up at the ceiling where elaborate moldings depicted scenes of what looked like hunts or rituals. I couldn't really tell. "Let's split up and explore," Jake suggested. "Cover more ground." Lily immediately objected. "Are you serious? Have you never seen a horror movie?" But Jake was already heading for the staircase. "Come on, Sophie. Let's check upstairs. You two take the main floor." I don't know why I followed him instead of staying with Lily. Maybe it was the weird pull the house seemed to have. Maybe it was just not wanting to look scared in front of my friends. Either way, I went up those stairs, feeling each step creak beneath my weight. The upstairs hallway stretched in both directions, with doors leading off on either side. Jake started opening them one by one. Bedrooms, bathrooms, a study, all in various states of ruin. The fifth door we tried opened into what must have been the master bedroom. A massive four-poster bed dominated the space, its canopy in tatters. There was a vanity with a cracked mirror and a leather-bound book sitting on top. Jake picked up the journal and started flipping through it. "Holy shit, Sophie, look at this." I looked over his shoulder as he illuminated the pages with his flashlight. The handwriting was elegant but frantic, getting more uneven as the pages progressed. October 3rd, 1919. The whispers have gotten louder. Edward says I'm imagining things, but I know what I hear. They come from the walls at night, speaking words I cannot understand, but somehow feel in my soul. October 10th. I saw something moving in the mirror today that wasn't me, just a shadow, there and gone, but I felt it watching. October 15th. The children are complaining about cold spots in their rooms. Edward finally heard the whispers last night. He's called for a priest. The final entry was dated October 31st, 1919. They're in the house now, not just in the walls. They watch us when we sleep. They stand over our beds. Edward says we must leave tonight, but I fear it's too late. They know our names. They're calling to us. They're... The entry stopped mid-sentence. Jake looked up at me, and for the first time that night, he looked genuinely unsettled. "It's just a story," he said, but his voice wavered. "Someone probably planted this for people like us to find." That's when we heard it. From somewhere downstairs came the unmistakable sound of piano keys. Not a melody, just random notes at first, then forming into something that might have been a waltz, slow and deliberate. "Matt and Lily must have found a piano," Jake said, but we both knew they wouldn't be playing it. We headed back downstairs, moving faster now. The piano music grew louder as we approached what turned out to be a parlor off the main hall. Through the doorway, I could see Lily and Matt standing frozen, staring at an old grand piano in the corner. The keys were moving, up and down, playing that haunting melody, but there was nobody sitting at the bench. As we watched, Matt stepped forward and reached out toward the keys. The music stopped abruptly, and the door slammed shut between us with such force it felt like the whole house shook. "Matt! Lily!" Jake shouted, pulling at the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. Inside, we could hear them pounding on the door, their voices muffled but clearly panicked. Then, just as suddenly as it had closed, the door flew open and they stumbled out, Lily crying and Matt white as a sheet. "We need to leave," Lily gasped. "Now!" But as she spoke, every light in our flashlights flickered and went out simultaneously. The temperature around us plummeted, so cold I could see our breath even in the darkness. And then came the whispers. They started soft, like the rustling of leaves coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. Indistinct at first, then clearer. "You shouldn't be here. Stay with us. Never leave. Fresh souls." I grabbed Lily's hand, Jake grabbed Matt's arm, and we ran. The front door seemed miles away, the hallway stretching impossibly long before us. The whispers grew louder, accompanied by footsteps that weren't ours. Dozens of them, running alongside us, behind us, above us. Something cold brushed against my neck. I felt fingers, actual fingers, grip my ankle, making me stumble. Jake pulled me up, and we kept running. When we finally reached the front door and burst outside, the whispers stopped instantly. The night was silent again except for our labored breathing. We collapsed on the gravel driveway, looking back at the mansion, which now stood completely dark and silent as if nothing had happened. We didn't speak on the drive back to campus. We all spent the night in Jake and Matt's dorm room, too scared to be alone. The next morning, we made a pact never to talk about what happened, never to go back there. But the thing is, I don't think we ever really left. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, I wake up to whispers in my room. My roommates never hear them. I'll feel cold spots next to my bed, see shadows move from the corner of my eye. Twice now, I've found old-fashioned buttons on my pillow, pearl buttons like those from a dress from the 1920s. Last week, I was alone in my apartment, getting ready for bed, when I glanced in the bathroom mirror. For just a second, just one horrifying second, I wasn't alone in the reflection. There was a woman standing behind me in an old-fashioned dress, her face gaunt, her eyes just empty sockets. When I spun around, nobody was there. The others are experiencing things too, though they won't admit it. Lily dropped out of school and moved back home to Vermont. Matt started sleepwalking, and his roommate found him trying to leave the dorm at 3 a.m, mumbling about going back home to Blackwood. Jake's the worst. He's become obsessed with researching the mansion's history, covering his walls with newspaper clippings and family trees. I don't know what we awakened that night, or if it was always awake and waiting for us. I just know that whatever lives in Blackwood Mansion didn't let us go. It's patient, it's watching. And sometimes when I'm drifting off to sleep, I hear piano music playing faintly in the distance, the same haunting waltz from that night. I still don't know what happened to the Blackwood family all those years ago, but I'm starting to think they never actually left. Story 11. I never really believed in ghosts or paranormal stuff before moving into our house in Cedar Hills. Not even a little bit. My husband Mark and I bought the place almost 2 years ago. A nice 3-bedroom with a big yard that seemed perfect for starting a family. It was slightly above our budget, but the previous owners accepted our offer quickly, which seemed like a stroke of luck at the time. On moving day, we found a welcome note from the previous owners, the Andersons, along with a black and white photograph tucked inside the envelope. It was just a picture of an older yellow Labrador lying on what looked like our back porch. The note was friendly enough, wishing us happiness in the home, telling us about the great neighbors and giving us tips about the quirky heating system. But there was no explanation for the photo. No, this was our beloved pet, or anything like that. Just the picture. I remember showing it to Mark and saying, "That's kind of odd, right?" He just shrugged it off as them being sentimental about their dog. We stuck the photo on the fridge and got busy with unpacking. A couple weeks after moving in, I was chatting with our neighbor Linda while getting the mail. She mentioned that the Andersons had owned several dogs over the years they lived here. That made the single photo even stranger to me. Why just leave a picture of one dog? I asked Linda if she knew anything about the lab in the photo, but she just said the Andersons had always had dogs, mostly retrievers, and she couldn't keep track of them all. About 3 months after moving in, we adopted Bailey, a yellow lab mix from the local shelter. He was 2 years old, already house-trained, and had the sweetest temperament. It felt like he belonged with us from day one. But there was something weird about how he behaved in the yard. He became completely fixated on this one spot near the oak tree, about 15 feet from the back porch. Every time we let him out, he'd run straight to that spot, sniffing intensely, sometimes digging until we'd call him off. This went on for weeks. Mark joked that he was looking for buried treasure. I wondered if maybe the previous owners had buried one of their pets there, maybe even the lab from the photo. Then one day Bailey just stopped. He completely lost interest in that spot and never went back to it. It was like something had changed, or like he'd figured out whatever he needed to know. That's when the weird stuff started happening in the house. The first incident was with our stereo system. Mark and I were in the kitchen making dinner when suddenly the living room stereo blasted on at full volume. Not just turned on, it was loud, like someone had cranked it to maximum. We both jumped, and I actually dropped the plate I was holding. Mark ran in and shut it off, checking to make sure he hadn't accidentally sat on the remote or something. "Did you turn that on?" he asked me. "No, I've been right here the whole time." We chalked it up to some kind of electrical glitch, or maybe the remote getting pressed somehow. Then it was the lights. I'd be home alone, and lights would switch on in rooms I hadn't been in. Not just once or twice. This happened several times a week. I'd turn off the light in the spare bedroom, go downstairs, and then come back up 20 minutes later to find it on again. Mark suggested it might be faulty wiring or switches, so we had an electrician come check. He found nothing wrong with any of the electrical systems. By this point, we'd started joking about having a ghost dog, referring to the lab in the photo. It was just our way of dealing with the unexplainable things. "Ghost dog must be bored today," Mark would say when we'd hear unexplained creaking or when objects seemed to be moved slightly from where we'd left them. I played along with the joke, but deep down, I was getting a bit freaked out. I'm not usually the type to jump to supernatural conclusions, but some things just couldn't be explained away easily. Then came the night that really shook me. It was around 2 in the morning on a Tuesday. I woke up suddenly, not sure why at first. The bedroom was dark, except for the dim glow of the streetlight filtering through our curtains. As my eyes adjusted, I saw what looked like Bailey standing by our bedroom door. His silhouette was unmistakable. The shape of his head, his ears slightly perked up, his tail hanging down. Thinking he needed to go outside, I whispered, "Bailey, you need to go out, buddy." I started to get up, reaching for my robe at the foot of the bed, but as I did, I felt something move beside me. I looked down and saw Bailey was actually fast asleep on the bed next to Mark. My blood ran cold as I quickly looked back to the door. The dog's silhouette was gone, vanished. The space by the door was empty. I sat there frozen, my heart pounding in my chest. I told myself I must have been half asleep, that it was just a dream bleeding into reality as I was waking up. I didn't wake Mark. What would I even say? I saw a ghost dog. He'd think I was losing it. I barely slept the rest of the night, lying there listening to every creak and settle of the house. I told myself over and over that it was just a weird half-dream. Months passed without anything quite so dramatic happening. The occasional light would still turn on by itself, and once the TV switched channels while the remote was sitting untouched on the coffee table. But I'd almost convinced myself that there were logical explanations for everything, until the filing cabinet incident. It was a Thursday afternoon in October. I was working from home that day, sitting at the desk in our upstairs office. Bailey was lying near the doorway, chewing on his favorite toy. I got up to grab something from the filing cabinet that stood against the wall right where I'd seen the ghost dog that night. As I stood in front of the cabinet, reaching for the handle of the top drawer, something happened that I still can't explain away. Both of the heavy metal drawers, the top and middle ones, opened and then slammed shut. Twice, in rapid succession. Open, shut, open, shut. The sound was deafening in the quiet house. That metallic scraping followed by the bang of the drawers hitting their frames. I jumped back, actually screaming out loud. Bailey leapt up, dropping his toy and barking at the cabinet. This wasn't something I could write off as being half asleep or imagining things. I was wide awake, in the middle of the day, and Bailey had reacted to it too. My hands were shaking as I approached the cabinet again. I tried pulling open the top drawer. It was heavy. These were old-school metal filing cabinets, not the lightweight modern ones. You needed to really pull on the handle to get it open. There's absolutely no way it could have opened on its own, let alone slam shut with such force, and both drawers at once. Impossible. I checked to see if maybe Bailey could have bumped into it somehow, but he'd been nowhere near the cabinet when it happened. Besides, I realized as I experimented, you needed to use both hands on the handles to operate the drawers properly. A dog couldn't do that. That was the moment I truly accepted that something unexplainable was happening in our house. Call it a ghost, a spirit, whatever. Something was here with us. Later that night, I told Mark about what happened. I expected him to be skeptical, to try to find some rational explanation. Instead, he told me something he'd been keeping to himself. A few weeks earlier, he'd been in the garage working on his bike when he distinctly heard the sound of dog nails clicking on the concrete floor. He'd looked up, expecting to see Bailey, but our dog had been inside the house the whole time. He'd felt something brush against his leg like a dog walking past him, but nothing was there. "I didn't want to freak you out," he said. "I figured it was just my imagination." We took out the photo of the old lab again, studying it more carefully. The dog looked elderly, but content, lying in a patch of sun on what was definitely our back porch. We tried to find the Andersons online to ask about the dog, but they'd moved to another state and weren't active on social media. That night, while Mark was in the shower, I went and stood in the spot by the bedroom door where I'd seen the dog's silhouette. I felt a little ridiculous, but I spoke out loud anyway. "Hey there," I said softly. "I don't know if you're still here, or if you can hear me, but it's okay. You're welcome here with us. I bet you miss your old family, don't you?" The air felt different suddenly, heavier somehow, and colder, just in that one spot. Bailey, who'd been lying on the bed, raised his head and stared intently at the empty space beside me, his tail thumping slowly against the comforter. "We have the picture of you," I continued, my voice barely above a whisper. "They must have loved you a lot to leave that for us to find." The coldness intensified, and I swear I felt something press against my leg, just for a second. Bailey jumped off the bed and came to stand beside me, looking up at the empty air, his tail still wagging. I still don't know what's happening in our house. I don't know if the Andersons' old dog is buried in that spot in the yard where Bailey used to dig. I don't know why they left just that one photo behind, but I do know that something is here with us. Something that turns on lights and stereos, that can somehow move filing cabinet drawers, that stands by our bedroom door in the middle of the night. And weirdly, I'm not scared anymore. It feels like having an extra pet that we just can't see. Bailey seems completely fine with the presence, and sometimes I catch him playing with nothing. Running in circles in the living room, chasing and being chased by something invisible. I just wish I knew what happened to that lab, why it stayed behind when its owners moved away, what keeps it here in this house with us. But maybe some questions don't have answers. Maybe some presences just are what they are, unexplainable but real. Story 12. I've never been one to believe in the supernatural. Ghosts, demons, curses, they were always just stories people told to make sense of things they couldn't explain. That's what I thought anyway. But what happened in those Appalachian woods 3 weeks ago has shaken everything I thought I knew about the world. I still haven't slept properly since we got back. It was supposed to be a simple getaway. Rachel had been stressed with work, and I thought a few days in nature would help us both disconnect. I found this secluded cabin online. Beautiful views, no neighbors for miles, just the kind of isolation we were looking for. The listing mentioned it was deep in the Appalachians, about 20 miles from the nearest town. Perfect. We packed up the car on a Friday morning and set off. The drive was gorgeous at first, winding mountain roads, spectacular views, that sort of thing. But as we got deeper into the mountains, things started to feel different. The roads narrowed, the trees seemed to close in, and there was this heaviness to the air that I can't really explain. Rachel noticed it too, though neither of us mentioned it at first. About an hour before we were due to reach the cabin, we stopped in this tiny town for gas and supplies. I'm talking the kind of place with one main street and maybe 12 buildings total. The gas station doubled as the only store, and the old man behind the counter kept staring at us while I paid for our stuff. "You folks headed up to Black Ridge?" he asked, nodding toward the mountains. I told him yes, that we had a cabin rented there for the weekend. He was quiet for a moment, just looking at us. Then he said, "Those woods ain't right, especially this time of year." I laughed it off, thinking he was just messing with the tourists. "What do you mean?" I asked. "People go missing up there. Strange noises at night. Locals don't go past Miller's Creek, especially not after dark." He leaned in closer, and "If I was you, I'd turn around and find someplace else to stay." Rachel was visibly uncomfortable, but I just thanked him for the warning and headed out. In the car, she asked if we should maybe find another place, but I convinced her it was just small-town superstition. Looking back, I wish I'd listened. We reached the cabin around 4 in the afternoon. It was exactly like the pictures, rustic but comfortable, with a wide porch overlooking a clearing that gave way to dense forest. The owner had left the key under the mat as promised, and we settled in quickly. That first night was peaceful. We cooked dinner, had some wine by the fireplace, and went to bed early, exhausted from the drive. The next morning is when things started to feel wrong. I woke up around 7 and stepped onto the porch with my coffee. The first thing I noticed was the silence. Complete and absolute silence. No birds, no insects, no rustling leaves, nothing. In the woods, there's always some kind of noise, but this was just emptiness. It felt like the forest was holding its breath. Rachel was still asleep, so I decided to explore a bit. I left her a note, grabbed my phone and a water bottle, and set off on one of the trails behind the cabin. The trail was well marked at first, with small blue blazes on trees every few dozen yards. The silence continued, broken only by my footsteps on the fallen leaves. About 20 minutes in, I noticed the first strange marking. At first I thought it was just unusual bark growth or maybe some kind of fungus, but when I got closer, I realized it was carved into the tree, a perfect circle with jagged lines radiating outward like a crude sun. It looked old. The edges of the carving weathered and partially grown over. I didn't think much of it until I saw another one about 50 yards later. This one was different, a vertical line with 3 horizontal lines crossing it, and what looked like an eye at the top. I took a photo of it, thinking it was interesting but not alarming. Then I saw another and another. Soon I realized the trees all around me were marked, hundreds of them, each with different symbols, circles, lines, and crude depictions of eyes. Some looked decades old, others seemed fresher. I started to feel uneasy. The markings were clearly deliberate, not random vandalism. They followed no pattern I could discern, but they were everywhere. I decided to head back, but when I turned around, the trail looked different somehow. I couldn't find the blue blazes anymore. I checked my phone to use GPS, but there was no signal, not surprising for remote mountains, but still frustrating. I tried to retrace my steps using the sun's position, but the forest canopy was too thick to see the sky properly. After about 40 minutes of walking what I thought was the way back, I realized I was completely lost. The woods all looked the same, endless trees with those unsettling markings. My unease was turning into genuine fear. I called out, hoping Rachel might have woken up and come looking for me, but my voice seemed to be swallowed by the unnatural silence. That's when I saw it. About 30 yards ahead, partially hidden behind a large oak, was a figure. At first, I thought it was another hiker, and I felt a wave of relief. I called out, asking for directions back to Black Ridge. The figure didn't respond or move. As I got closer, my relief turned to ice in my veins. Whatever this was, it wasn't human. It was unnaturally tall, maybe 7 or 8 feet, and impossibly thin. like someone had stretched a person vertically. Its limbs were too long, joints bending at wrong angles. Its skin was a translucent grayish-white, stretched tight over a skeletal frame. I could see dark veins beneath the skin, pulsing slowly, but its face, God, its face, where eyes should have been, were just empty sockets, deep and dark. No nose that I could see, and its mouth, a wide horizontal gash that stretched almost ear to ear, frozen in what looked like a grin. It didn't move. It just stood there, partially hidden by the tree, watching me without eyes. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't think. Every instinct was screaming at me to run, but I was paralyzed with fear. Then it tilted its head, a slow, mechanical movement that bent its neck at an angle no human could achieve. That broke my trance. I turned and ran, no longer caring which direction I went as long as it was away from that thing. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out. I collapsed against a tree, gasping for air, terrified to look behind me. When I finally did, there was nothing there, just trees and silence. I don't know how long I wandered after that. Hours, maybe. The woods seemed to shift around me, paths appearing and disappearing. Eventually, miraculously, I stumbled back into the clearing with our cabin. Rachel was on the porch, clearly worried. She said I'd been gone for over 5 hours. I tried to explain what happened, what I'd seen, but it sounded crazy even as I said it. She was concerned, checking me for signs of dehydration or heat stroke. I showed her the photos of the symbols, which at least proved I wasn't completely hallucinating. She convinced me to lie down for a while. I was exhausted, physically and mentally, and fell into a fitful sleep. When I woke up, it was dark outside. Rachel had made dinner, but I had no appetite. I couldn't shake the image of that thing in the woods. We decided to leave first thing in the morning. Rachel didn't fully believe what I'd seen, but she was spooked enough by the symbols and my state when I returned that she agreed cutting the trip short was for the best. We packed most of our stuff that night so we could make a quick exit at dawn. Around midnight, as we were getting ready for bed, we heard it, a soft, rhythmic tapping at the front door. Tap, 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 paused, tap, tap, tap. Probably just a branch in the wind, Rachel said, but there was no wind. The night was still. The tapping continued for several minutes, then stopped. We looked at each other, neither wanting to check the door. Then we heard the creak of the porch steps, slow and deliberate. Something was walking up to our door. The doorknob turned slowly. I'd locked it, I was sure of it, but it was turning. Rachel grabbed my arm, her nails digging into my skin. The door opened just an inch, then stopped. I found my courage, or maybe just my stupidity, and approached the door. Through the narrow opening, I could see the clearing bathed in moonlight. At the edge of the trees, just where the shadows began, stood the figure from the forest. It was perfectly still, its head tilted at that impossible angle. Its mouth seemed wider now, the grin more pronounced. It raised one long skeletal arm and extended a finger, beckoning me. I slammed the door shut and threw the deadbolt. Rachel was crying now, asking what I'd seen. I couldn't speak. I just pushed the couch in front of the door and closed all the blinds. We didn't sleep that night. We sat in the bedroom with the door locked, a chair propped under the handle, listening. The tapping moved from the front door to each window, methodical and patient. Sometimes we'd hear what sounded like long fingernails dragging along the outside walls. At first light, we grabbed our bags and ran to the car. I didn't look back at the cabin or the woods as we drove away. Rachel was silent the whole drive, gripping the steering wheel until her knuckles were white. We didn't stop until we were back on the interstate, surrounded by other cars and normal life. We've been home for 3 weeks now. Rachel says I've been having nightmares, thrashing and mumbling about symbols and watching eyes. I don't remember the dreams, just the feeling of dread when I wake up. But here's the thing. I think it followed us home. 3 nights ago, I heard that familiar tapping on our bedroom window. Tap, tap, tap. When I looked, there was nothing there, but I know what I heard. Last night, I woke up at 3 in the morning to find Rachel standing by the window, staring out into our backyard. When I asked what she was doing, she turned to me with this blank expression and said, "It wants to be invited in." I looked past her, out the window, and for just a moment I saw it standing beneath our oak tree. That impossible grin, those empty eyes, that tilted head. I don't know what to do. I don't know what it wants. I just know that each night the tapping gets louder and it feels closer, like it's just waiting for one of us to open the door or window and let it in. I still don't believe in curses, but I believe in what I saw in those woods, and I know it's not done with us yet. Story 13. I still get chills thinking about what happened last month. I've been lurking on this forum for a while, but I never thought I'd have my own story to share. I'm not the best writer, but I need to get this out because I can barely sleep anymore. I keep hearing noises and jumping at shadows. It was a Friday night, and my parents were heading to this fancy dinner party downtown that my dad's boss was hosting. I was actually pretty excited to have the house to myself for once. I'm 17, and my parents are usually super strict about leaving me alone, especially overnight, but they'd finally decided I was responsible enough. Their words, not mine. Our house is pretty old, like built in the 1960s old. It's got all these weird quirks that I've gotten used to over the years. The floors creak, the pipes make these strange gurgling sounds, and sometimes the walls seem to settle with these low groans that used to freak me out as a kid. But after living here my whole life, I barely notice that stuff anymore. My parents left around 6, and I immediately got into my comfy clothes, grabbed some snacks, and settled in for a movie night. I'd been wanting to watch this horror movie that my friend Jen had been raving about, something about phone calls coming from inside the house. Yeah, I know, probably not the smartest choice when you're home alone, but I've always loved scary movies. About halfway through, I started getting that prickly feeling on the back of my neck. You know that feeling when you just sense something isn't right? The house felt different somehow. The shadows seemed deeper. The silence between the creaks more pronounced. I tried to shake it off. Just the movie getting to me, right? I paused it to make some popcorn. While I was waiting for the microwave, I heard this creaking upstairs. Not the normal settling sounds I was used to, but like deliberate, like someone stepping on that one super squeaky floorboard near the top of the stairs that we all avoid. My heart started hammering in my chest. I told myself I was being stupid. It was just the house making its usual noises. But something felt off. I grabbed my phone from the coffee table just in case. I stood at the bottom of the stairs, listening. Nothing. I called out, "Hello?" feeling like every horror movie cliché, but also knowing my parents were definitely still at their party. Silence. After a few minutes of standing frozen like an idiot, I decided to check it out. I grabbed a flashlight from the drawer in the kitchen and slowly started climbing the stairs, each step making my heart beat faster. The staircase never seemed so long before. When I reached the top, I shone the flashlight down the hallway. Everything looked normal. My bedroom door was open just how I'd left it. The bathroom door was closed. My parents' room at the end of the hall was shut as usual. I checked my room first. Nothing out of place. Then the bathroom, also empty. I was starting to feel silly for being so scared. As I approached my parents' door, I hesitated. I never went in there when they weren't home. It was kind of an unspoken rule. But just as my hand reached for the doorknob, I heard it, a raspy, whispery sound coming from inside their room. Not words exactly, just breathing. Heavy, deliberate breathing. I froze. That's when I noticed the door was actually cracked open slightly, which was weird because my parents always kept it closed. My mouth went dry, and my hand fell away from the knob. Every instinct was screaming at me to run. Before I could move, I heard a floorboard creak inside the room, and the door began to open wider. I backed up, my legs feeling like lead, and then I saw him, a tall figure standing in the doorway. I couldn't make out his face clearly in the dim light, but I could see enough to know it definitely wasn't my dad. I stood there paralyzed for what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds. The figure took a step toward me, and that finally broke my trance. I turned and ran, dropping the flashlight in the process. I heard it clatter and roll down the stairs as I bolted after it. I nearly fell down the stairs in my panic, grabbing the railing at the last second. Behind me, I could hear footsteps following, not running, just walking steadily, confidently, like he knew he'd catch me eventually. I made it to the bottom and ran straight for the front door, but in my panic, I couldn't get the deadbolt to turn. My hands were shaking too badly. I could hear him coming down the stairs now, still taking his time. I abandoned the front door and ran to the kitchen, grabbing my phone off the counter where I'd left it. I dialed 911 with trembling fingers as I heard him reach the bottom of the stairs. When the operator answered, I was breathing so hard I could barely speak. "Someone's in my house," I managed to whisper. "Please help me." The operator was asking for my address when I heard him enter the kitchen. I ducked down behind the island, trying to make myself as small as possible. The operator was telling me to stay on the line, that police were on their way, but all I could focus on was the sound of footsteps slowly circling the kitchen. I heard drawers opening and closing. He was looking through our stuff, taking his time. I was pressed against the cabinets, trying not to breathe too loudly when I realized I was next to the pantry door. Moving as silently as possible, I eased it open and slipped inside, pulling it almost closed behind me. The pantry was tiny and dark, filled with canned goods and cereal boxes. I crouched down behind some shopping bags, still clutching my phone. The operator was asking if I was okay, and I whispered that I was hiding, that he was still in the house. From my hiding spot, I could hear him moving around the kitchen, opening more drawers. The sound of metal against metal. Was he going through the knife drawer? My stomach twisted. Then the footsteps stopped. Right outside the pantry door. I held my breath, pressing my hand over my mouth. "Lily," a voice whispered from the other side of the door. My blood turned to ice. He knew my name. Come out, wherever you are." I thought I was going to pass out from fear. How did he know my name? Had he been watching us? How long had he been in our house? Just as I was sure he was about to open the pantry door, there was a loud crash from the living room. The footsteps immediately moved away from the pantry, heading toward the noise. I waited a few seconds, then peeked out. The kitchen was empty. I could hear sounds of a struggle coming from the living room, thumps and shouts. One of the voices was my dad's. My dad must have come home early and interrupted the intruder. Without thinking, I burst out of the pantry and grabbed the heaviest thing I could find, my mom's cast-iron frying pan that was sitting on the stove. I ran to the living room to find my dad wrestling with the man on the floor. The intruder had a knife and was trying to bring it down toward my dad's chest, while my dad struggled to hold his wrist back. I didn't hesitate. I swung the frying pan as hard as I could, hitting the man in the side of the head. He slumped to the side, dazed but not unconscious. My dad scrambled away from him, and we both backed up, my dad pushing me behind him protectively. The man started to get up, but then we heard sirens outside, and red and blue lights flashed through our front windows. The man looked at us, then at the door, seeming to calculate his chances. He lunged for the back door, but my dad tackled him from behind. They crashed into the dining room table, sending chairs flying. I was screaming by this point, still clutching the frying pan. The front door burst open, and 2 police officers rushed in, guns drawn. It took both officers to restrain the intruder. When they finally got him handcuffed and pulled him to his feet, I got my first good look at him under the lights. He was tall and gaunt, with greasy hair hanging in his face and several days' worth of stubble. His clothes were dirty and rumpled, like he'd been wearing them for a while, but it was his eyes that really got to me. They were so empty, except when he looked at me. Then they lit up with something that made my skin crawl. As they were leading him out, he turned his head and looked right at me. "I'll be back for you," he said with this horrible smile that showed his yellowed teeth. I started shaking uncontrollably. My mom arrived home just as they were putting him in the police car. Apparently my dad had forgotten his wallet and come back to get it while my mom stayed at the party. If he hadn't, the police searched the house afterward. What they found makes me sick to think about. The man had been living in our attic. There was a makeshift bed up there, food wrappers and empty water bottles. Worst of all, they found pictures of me, screenshots from my social media printed out, and even a few that looked like they'd been taken through windows of our house. He'd been up there for days, watching us, learning our routines. There was a small hole in my bedroom ceiling that I'd never noticed. covered by a ceiling fixture. He'd been watching me sleep. They found a notebook with detailed observations about our comings and goings, including my parents' plans to attend the dinner party. He'd been planning this for weeks, waiting for the right moment when I'd be alone. The police told us his name was Raymond Mercer. He'd been released from prison 6 months ago after serving time for stalking and breaking into another family's home a few towns over. They don't know why he fixated on us, on me. It's been a month and I still can't sleep through the night. Every creak, every shadow makes me jump. My parents installed a security system the day after it happened, but it doesn't help much. I keep having nightmares about him watching me through that hole in the ceiling, about what would have happened if my dad hadn't come back for his wallet. The worst part is his words keep echoing in my head. "I'll be back for you." The police say he'll be in jail for a long time, but what about when he gets out? He found us once for no reason. What's to stop him from finding us again? I can't even look at the attic door without panicking. We've moved my bedroom downstairs to the guest room, but it doesn't matter. Nowhere in this house feels safe anymore. My parents are talking about moving, and I can't wait to get out of here. But even in a new house, I don't think I'll ever feel completely safe again. Because now I know that sometimes the monsters aren't just in the movies. Sometimes they're in your own house, watching and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Awasas. Story 14. I still struggle to talk about what happened that night. Even though it's been 7 months, I get this tight feeling in my chest whenever I think about it. Some of you might recognize this from the local news coverage, but they got so many details wrong. I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here can help make sense of what I experienced. I've been a police officer in Ravenswood for almost 6 years now. It's normally a quiet town, the kind where the biggest emergency is usually Mrs. Henderson's cat getting stuck in a tree or breaking up the occasional teenage party. Nothing prepares you for the kind of thing I encountered at 1450 Elm Street. It was a Tuesday night in late October, around 11:30. I was doing a routine patrol when the call came in. Dispatch reported a disturbance at 1450 Elm Street, that fancy Victorian on the hill that's been vacant on and off for years. A neighbor had called in about strange lights and what they described as wailing sounds. Honestly, I figured it was just some teenagers who'd broken in, maybe trying to scare each other with ghost stories. The house always gave me the creeps, though. It's this massive 3-story Victorian with ivy crawling up the sides, perched at the end of a long driveway lined with those old oak trees that block out all the street lights. Most of the year it sits empty. Some rich family from Boston owns it, but only stays there a few weeks each summer. When I pulled up, everything looked normal. Too normal, actually. No lights, no movement, nothing out of the ordinary except for this weird stillness in the air. You know that feeling right before a massive storm hits? That heavy pressure? It felt like that. I radioed in my arrival and said I was going to check it out. Peters, my usual backup, was handling a fender bender on the other side of town, so I went in alone. Looking back, that was my first mistake. I approached the front door, flashlight in hand, and knocked loudly. "Ravenswood Police," I called out. No response. I tried the doorknob, expecting it to be locked, but it turned easily in my hand. That should have been my second warning sign. The door swung open without a sound, not even a creak from those old hinges. I announced myself again, shining my flashlight into the foyer. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing hardwood floors so polished I could almost see my reflection. A grand staircase curved up to the second floor, and expensive-looking paintings hung on the walls. Everything was immaculate, like someone had just cleaned up, which made no sense for a supposedly vacant house. I swept my light across the main floor, living room, dining room, kitchen. Everything was in perfect order. No sign of break-in, no teenagers, nothing out of place, just this persistent feeling that something was off. The air inside was cold, much colder than it should have been for October, and it had this strange smell, like old books and something else I couldn't place. I tried to radio in again just to check in with dispatch, but all I got was static. I figured it was just the old house interfering with the signal. Another mistake. I decided to check upstairs before leaving. As I climbed the stairs, the wood didn't creak once under my weight, which was strange for such an old house. The second-floor hallway stretched in both directions, with closed doors lining each side. That's when I noticed a sliver of light spilling from beneath one of the doors at the far end of the hall. I approached cautiously, hand resting on my holstered gun. "Police officer," I called out. "Is anyone in there?" No answer, just that same heavy silence. I pushed the door open slowly with my fingertips. Inside was a bedroom, not just any bedroom, but one that looked like it belonged in a magazine. Four-poster bed with pristine white linens, antique furniture, fresh flowers in a vase by the window. It was beautiful, but felt wrong somehow, like it was waiting for someone. And there, sitting in the middle of the perfectly made bed, was an old tape recorder. Not a modern one of those vintage ones from the 70s with the chunky buttons and metal casing. It seemed so out of place in that perfect room. I approached it carefully, scanning the rest of the room. No one was there. No sign of forced entry through the windows. Just this tape recorder sitting on the bed like it was left there specifically for someone to find. I don't know what possessed me to do it, but I reached out and pressed play. At first there was just the soft hiss of the tape. Then came this humming, a woman's voice humming a melody that felt strangely familiar, like something from my childhood that I couldn't quite place. The humming continued for maybe 30 seconds, and then the voice spoke. "Hello, Sarah." My blood turned to ice. How did it know my name? "I've been waiting for you, Sarah Mitchell, for so long." The voice was soft, almost gentle, but there was something underneath it, something that made the hair on my arms stand up. I immediately drew my gun, spinning around to check all corners of the room. Nobody was there. I backed toward the door, trying to radio for backup again, but this time the static was louder, almost angry sounding, with these weird fluctuations that sounded almost like whispers. Just as I reached the doorway, the bedroom door slammed shut with such force that the walls shook. I yanked on the handle, but it wouldn't budge. I kicked it, threw my shoulder against it, but it was like hitting solid steel. Behind me, the tape kept playing. "You can't leave yet, Sarah. We've just begun." The temperature in the room plummeted. I could see my breath clouding in front of my face. The tape recorder continued playing that humming, that goddamn lullaby that was starting to make my skin crawl. That's when I felt it, a cold touch on the back of my neck, like someone trailing ice-cold fingers across my skin. I whirled around, gun raised, but there was nothing there. Nothing I could see anyway. "Who's there?" I demanded, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. "This isn't funny." The touch came again, this time on my cheek, so cold it burned. I fired my gun instinctively, the shot deafening in the enclosed space. The bullet went straight into the wall, but there was no impact sound. It was like it vanished into nothing. The lights in the room began to flicker, and the shadows, God, the shadows started moving, not just shifting with the flickering light, but actually moving, swirling around the edges of the room, gathering in the corners like they were alive. They seemed to be thickening, taking shape. I fired again, aiming at one of the moving shadows. Again, no impact. The bullet just disappeared. "You can't hurt us," the voice from the recorder said, but now it seemed to be coming from all around me, not just from the tape. "We're already part of you, Sarah." The room grew darker as the shadows continued to gather, swirling faster now, and I swear I could see faces in them, twisted, distorted faces that would appear for a second and then melt away. I backed up against the wall, gun still raised, though I knew it was useless. That's when I saw it in the doorway, a figure, darker than the shadows around it, standing perfectly still. I couldn't see its face, but I could hear it humming that same lullaby that was playing on the tape. I screamed. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I screamed and fired my remaining rounds at the figure, but they all disappeared into it like it was made of smoke. The figure started moving toward me, still humming. I pressed myself against the wall with nowhere left to go. The cold was so intense now that my fingers were going numb, and I could barely breathe without it hurting my lungs. "We've waited so long for someone like you, Sarah," the voice said, now coming directly from the figure. someone who can hear us, see us. It was just a few feet away from me now. I could make out what looked like the shape of a woman in an old-fashioned dress, but where her face should have been was just emptiness, a void, and then everything went black. I woke up in my cruiser, parked on the side of the road about a mile from the house. The dashboard clock read 4:17 in the morning. My gun was fully loaded like I'd never fired it, and my radio was working perfectly. According to dispatch, I'd never radioed in that I was at the house. As far as they knew, I'd just been on patrol all night. I immediately drove back to 1450 Elm Street, calling for backup this time. When we entered, the house was completely empty. No tape recorder, no evidence anyone had been there at all. The room I'd been trapped in looked nothing like I remembered. It was dusty and unfurnished, clearly unused for years. They tested me for drugs, checked me for a concussion. Nothing. My captain thought I was overworked and hallucinating. The neighbor who supposedly called in the disturbance denied making any call. I've been on administrative leave since that night. The department psychologist says I had some kind of breakdown due to stress. Maybe she's right, but I know what I experienced. Here's the thing that keeps me awake at night. Sometimes when I'm drifting off to sleep, I hear that humming again, and occasionally I catch glimpses of shadows moving in ways they shouldn't in the corners of my apartment. Yesterday I found an old tape recorder sitting on my kitchen counter. I don't own a tape recorder, I haven't touched it. It's still sitting there, and I don't know what to do. I don't expect anyone to believe me. I'm not sure I would believe it if someone else told me this story, but I know what happened that night at 1450 Elm Street, and I know that whatever was in that house is now with me, and I think it's waiting for something. Story 15. I've hesitated to share this experience with anyone for months now. Not because I think people won't believe me, but because saying it out loud makes it real in a way I'm not ready to face. But I can't sleep properly anymore, and maybe putting this down will help me process what happened. I've been a waitress at Mel's Diner in Pinefall for about 3 years now. It's nothing special. Just your typical small-town place where everybody knows everybody, and the coffee is always burnt by noon. I usually work the late shift because the tips are better, and I've gotten used to driving home at odd hours of the night. Route 17 has always been my preferred way home. It's this old stretch of highway that most people avoid since they built the new interstate. There's something peaceful about it. The lack of other cars, the way the moonlight hits the abandoned buildings, the steady hum of my old Chevy cutting through the silence. I know every curve, every pothole, every abandoned gas station along that road. I've always felt comfortable there, which makes what happened that night even more disturbing. It was about 2 months ago. I'd pulled a double shift because Carly called in sick again, and my feet were killing me by the time I clocked out around 1 in the morning. It had been a particularly rough night. A bus full of teenagers had stopped by, and they'd left the place looking like a tornado hit it. I was exhausted, irritable, and just wanted to get home. The moment I stepped outside the diner, something felt wrong. The air had this strange heaviness to it, like right before a massive thunderstorm, but the sky was clear and full of stars. I remember standing there for a minute, keys in hand, wondering if I should take the longer route home through town instead of Route 17, but that would add 20 minutes to my drive, and my bed was calling my name, so I ignored the feeling and got into my car. The first 15 minutes of the drive were normal. Same empty road, same abandoned buildings silhouetted against the night sky. My headlights cut through the darkness, and I had the radio playing softly, some late-night call-in show that I wasn't really listening to. I passed the old Sunoco station, then the decrepit Pinewood Motel with its falling-apart sign, all the usual landmarks. When I approached mile marker 43, that's when things started getting weird. The air inside my car suddenly felt thick and heavy, like trying to breathe through a wet blanket. My first thought was that something was wrong with the heater, so I switched it off and rolled down the window. The air outside was worse, dense and strangely cold in a way that seemed to seep into my bones. It didn't make any sense. It was May, and the nights were mild. This felt like the dead of winter. I rolled the window back up, but the heaviness remained. My chest tightened, and I found myself taking shallow breaths. I gripped the steering wheel harder and pressed down on the accelerator, suddenly eager to get through whatever strange pocket of air I'd driven into. The radio began to crackle with static, the caller's voice fading in and out before disappearing completely. I reached over to change the station, but every frequency was the same, just white noise punctuated by occasional bursts of what almost sounded like whispers. That's when I saw him. There was a man standing on the side of the road, right at the edge where the asphalt met the grass. My headlights illuminated him clearly, tall and thin, wearing what looked like an old tattered coat that hung loosely on his frame. He wasn't hitchhiking or waving for help. He was just standing there, completely still, facing the road as if he'd been waiting for someone to drive by. As I got closer, my instinct was to slow down. Maybe he needed help, but something stopped me. There was something so unsettling about how perfectly still he was standing. No swaying, no shifting of weight from one foot to another like a normal person would, just absolute stillness. I kept my speed up and decided to drive past him. As my car drew level with where he stood, his head turned, only his head, not his body, and he looked directly at me. I'll never forget his eyes. They were completely black, like two holes punched into his face, and they seemed to follow me as I passed. My whole body went cold, and I felt this primal urge to flee wash over me. I slammed my foot on the gas pedal, my heart pounding in my chest. In my rearview mirror, I could see that he had turned his entire body now and was watching my car drive away. I told myself it was just some drunk or drugged-up guy, or maybe someone with mental health issues who had wandered from town. But deep down, I knew it was something else entirely, something wrong. I drove faster than I should have on that winding road, desperate to put distance between myself and whatever I'd just seen. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely keep the car straight. The radio had gone completely silent now, not even static coming through the speakers. After a couple minutes of driving, I started to calm down a little. I told myself I was overreacting, that the strange man had just spooked me because I was tired and it was late. I even managed a nervous laugh at how silly I was being. That's when I saw her. Standing directly in the middle of the road about 50 yards ahead was a woman. My headlights caught her, and I slammed on the brakes, the car skidding slightly before coming to a stop about 20 feet from where she stood. She was dressed in what might have once been normal clothes, jeans and a blouse, but they were torn and dirty, hanging off her thin frame. Her hair was a tangled mess, matted with what looked like mud or something darker. But it was her face that made my blood run cold. Her eyes were open so wide they seemed to be bulging from their sockets, and her mouth was frozen in what looked like a silent scream. I sat there frozen, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. I couldn't bring myself to drive around her, but I also couldn't bear the thought of getting out of the car. We stayed like that for what felt like minutes, though it was probably only seconds. Me in my car, her standing motionless in the road ahead. Then she blinked. It was such a simple human action, but something about it broke the spell of terror that had gripped me. I reached for my phone, thinking I should call for help. For her or for me, I wasn't sure. But when I looked back up, she was gone. Not like she had moved or run off into the woods. She had literally vanished. 1 second there, the next gone, like someone had switched off a projection. I sat there, phone in hand, wondering if I was losing my mind. Had I imagined her? Was I so tired that I was hallucinating? I rubbed my eyes hard, then looked again. The road ahead was empty. With shaking hands, I put my phone down and slowly pressed the gas pedal. As I drove over the spot where she had been standing, a wave of nausea hit me so hard I nearly vomited. The air inside the car became even heavier, and the temperature dropped so dramatically that my breath came out in visible puffs. That's when the fog appeared. It wasn't normal fog that gradually thickens. This was like driving into a solid white wall. 1 second the road was clear, the next I could barely see 10 feet in front of my car. I slowed down to a crawl, straining to see the road ahead. My headlights seemed to be absorbed by the fog rather than cutting through it, creating an eerie glow around the car but illuminating nothing ahead. And then I saw the lights. At first, I thought it was another car coming toward me. and I felt a flood of relief. But as they got closer, I realized they weren't headlights. They were small orbs of light, maybe the size of baseballs, floating through the fog. They were a pale blue-white color and moved in ways that defied physics, stopping suddenly, changing direction mid-air, moving in perfect circles around each other. 3 or 4 of these lights appeared first, dancing around each other like fireflies. Then more came, until there were at least a dozen surrounding my car. They moved in hypnotic patterns, and I found myself mesmerized by their movements, my fear momentarily forgotten. Then they all froze at once, just stopped dead in the air, and in perfect unison, they rushed toward my car. I screamed and ducked as they hit the windows and roof, expecting the sound of impacts, maybe broken glass. But there was nothing, no sound, no physical sensation at all. When I looked up, the lights were gone, and so was the fog. The road ahead was clear again, lit only by my headlights. My hands wouldn't stop shaking, and I had to pull over for a minute. I couldn't make sense of what was happening. The digital clock on my dashboard read 3:15 a.m. I'd been driving for almost 2 hours, but that couldn't be right. The drive from the diner to my house on Route 17 only takes 40 minutes, tops. I pulled back onto the road, desperate now to get home. Every shadow in the trees looked like a figure waiting to step onto the road. Every rustle of leaves sounded like whispered voices. I kept checking my rearview mirror, and several times I thought I saw the man with the black eyes standing far back on the road, watching me drive away. But whenever I looked again, there was nothing there. The next stretch of road should have led me past the old Palmer farm, and then to the turnoff for my neighborhood, but nothing looked familiar. The landmarks I'd passed hundreds of times before were gone, replaced by endless forest and occasional abandoned structures I'd never seen before. I drove for what felt like hours, the same sense of wrongness growing stronger with each passing mile. The road seemed to stretch on forever, with no exits or turns. Just an endless ribbon of asphalt cutting through dark woods. My gas gauge was getting dangerously low, and panic was setting in when I finally spotted an exit I didn't recognize. At that point, I didn't care where it led. Anywhere had to be better than this nightmare highway. I took the exit and found myself on a narrow country road that eventually connected to Route 9, which I recognized as running parallel to Route 17 about 15 miles to the east. Somehow, impossibly, I had crossed over to a completely different highway without taking any turns. The rest of the drive home was a blur. I kept the radio off and the windows up, jumping at every shadow and set of headlights. When I finally pulled into my driveway, the sky was beginning to lighten with the first hints of dawn. My dashboard clock read 6:23 a.m. I'd been driving for over 5 hours on a route that should have taken 40 minutes. I haven't driven on Route 17 since that night. I take the longer way through town now, even though it adds time to my commute. I've tried to find information about strange occurrences on that stretch of highway, but there's nothing concrete, just vague local legends and a few forum posts from people claiming to have felt uneasy while driving there at night. Sometimes I wonder if what I experienced was real, or if I somehow fell asleep at the wheel and dreamed the whole thing. But then I remember those eyes, both the black empty ones of the man on the roadside and the wide, terrified ones of the woman. And I know it wasn't a dream. Whatever happened to me that night on Route 17, it changed something in me. I can feel it when I'm alone in the dark, that same heaviness in the air, that same sense of being watched. And sometimes, just as I'm falling asleep, I swear I can see those pale blue lights dancing at the edges of my vision, waiting for me to follow them back to whatever waits on that endless road. Story 16. I never believed in the paranormal. I was always the rational one in my friend group, the one who'd explain away the creaks in old houses or the orbs in photos. That all changed when my cousin Anna, my boyfriend Tom, and I moved into that rental in Bayside last year. I still get chills thinking about it, and I'm typing this with shaking hands. We were so excited about the place. It was this cute 2-story house just a few blocks from the beach, affordable, split 3 ways, and the landlord seemed nice enough. The only weird thing was this rule he was super insistent about: no candles in the house, not even unlit ones. At the time, I figured maybe there had been a fire or something, and he was just being cautious. I wish I had asked more questions. The first weird thing happened our very first night there. I woke up around 3 in the morning to the sound of my bedroom ceiling fan clicking on. I distinctly remember turning it off before bed, but I figured I must have hit the wrong button on the remote. Half asleep, I turned it off and went back to bed. When I woke up again at 5, it was back on. I checked to make sure the remote wasn't malfunctioning, but it seemed fine. I told myself I was just tired and confused from the move. The next morning, Anna mentioned that the microwave timer was set to 30 seconds when she went to use it. None of us had used the microwave yet. We'd gotten takeout the night before because we were too tired to cook. I brushed it off, thinking maybe the landlord had shown it to one of us during the walkthrough and forgotten to clear it. But then it happened again the next morning, and the morning after that. Every single day, the microwave timer would be set to 30 seconds, even though we'd clear it before going to bed. It became this weird morning routine. Wake up, find the microwave set to 30 seconds, clear it, make coffee. Then there was the cat scratching post. Anna had brought her cat Milo and his massive scratching post. It was really heavy. It took both Tom and me to carry it in. We put it against the wall in the living room. 3 days after moving in, we came home from grocery shopping to find it had moved about 2 feet away from the wall. All 3 of us swore we hadn't touched it. Even weirder, Milo seemed afraid of it after that and wouldn't go near it anymore. I started keeping a log of all the strange things that were happening. The fan turning on by itself became a nightly occurrence. Sometimes I'd turn it off 4 or 5 times before giving up and unplugging it completely. Then the kitchen cabinets started opening on their own. We'd wake up to find them all wide open, even though we definitely closed them before bed. Tom thought Anna and I were messing with him. He's always been the super practical type, an engineer who needs proof for everything. He kept saying the house was probably just settling, or maybe there were drafts we weren't noticing. But I could tell he was getting unsettled too, especially when his laptop would shut down for no reason whenever he worked in the living room. Things got significantly worse when Anna's boyfriend, Jake, came to visit about a month after we moved in. The night he arrived, all the strange activity ramped up. The microwave started beeping randomly. The TV turned on and off by itself. The scratching post moved again, this time into the middle of the hallway, where Jake nearly tripped over it, and the temperature in the house dropped so low that we could see our breath, even though the thermostat read 72 degrees. Jake left after 2 days, clearly freaked out, though he tried to play it cool. That night, after he left, Anna and I were in the kitchen making dinner when we heard this awful gurgling sound coming from the water cooler in the corner. It sounded like someone was drowning. The thing is, the water cooler was empty. We'd been meaning to replace the jug for days. There was literally no water in it to make that sound, but it kept going for almost a minute before stopping abruptly. I looked at Anna, and she was as white as a sheet. "Tell me you heard that," she whispered. I nodded, my hands shaking so badly I dropped the wooden spoon I was holding. That was the moment I couldn't rationalize things anymore. Tom was away on a business trip at this point, and when we called to tell him what happened, he still tried to find logical explanations. Maybe there was air trapped in the system, he said, but I could hear the doubt in his voice. He promised to come back early from his trip, which was a relief because Anna and I were terrified to be alone in the house. The night before Tom was due back, Anna and I were sitting in the living room with all the lights on, neither of us wanting to be alone in our bedrooms. I was trying to keep things light, saying whatever was in the house with us seemed more mischievous than dangerous. "Maybe it's just a friendly ghost," I said. The second those words left my mouth, the door to the laundry room, which was right off the living room, slammed shut with such force that one of the pictures fell off the wall and shattered. It was like something had been enraged by what I said. Anna started crying and I wasn't far behind. We grabbed our phones and Milo and ran out to my car. We spent the night in a motel by the highway. Tom came back the next day and we told him everything. He seemed more concerned than skeptical now, especially when we showed him the broken picture frame and the dent in the laundry room door. But the clincher for him came later that day. We'd all gone out to lunch, and when we returned, the cat scratching post, which we'd left in the living room, was now in the upstairs bathroom, right in front of the toilet. There's no way it got there by itself. It was too heavy for one person to move easily, and none of us had been upstairs since we got home. Tom went pale. "I believe you guys now," he said quietly. Around this time, Tom started getting sick. He'd wake up with terrible headaches and nausea that would last all day. At first, we thought it was just stress, but then we noticed a pattern. He'd feel better as soon as he left the house, and the symptoms would return within minutes of coming back. It was like the house itself was making him ill. By this point, we were all sleeping in the living room together, too scared to be alone in our rooms. We'd hear footsteps overhead at night, which was especially terrifying because we knew no one was upstairs. Sometimes we'd hear whispers too, like someone was having a conversation just out of earshot. One night, around 2 in the morning, we all woke up to the sound of someone running down the upstairs hallway. Heavy footsteps, moving fast like someone was being chased. Then silence. Tom grabbed a baseball bat and went upstairs to check, with Anna and me right behind him, neither of us willing to stay downstairs alone. There was nothing there, of course, but all the upstairs bedroom doors were wide open, even though we'd closed them earlier. The final straw came a few nights later. I woke up around 3 a.m. to see a dark figure standing in the kitchen doorway. It was tall and completely black, like a shadow, but more solid. I couldn't make out any features, but I had this overwhelming sense that it was watching me. I tried to wake Tom and Anna, but I couldn't move or speak. I was completely paralyzed with fear. The figure just stood there for what felt like hours, but was probably only a minute or so, then seemed to dissolve into the darkness. The next morning, I told Tom and Anna what I'd seen. Anna admitted she'd seen the same figure twice before, but hadn't said anything because she didn't want to scare us. Tom hadn't seen it, but he had been having nightmares about being trapped in a dark, flooded basement with something hunting him. We decided enough was enough. Anna found some sage online and read about cleansing rituals. We spent that weekend saging the entire house, opening windows and telling whatever was there that it needed to leave. It seemed to work, at least temporarily. The activity died down for about a week, but then it came back worse than ever. The scratching post moved every night now, ending up in different rooms. The microwave would run by itself, sometimes for hours, until the empty interior would start to smoke, and the dark figure became a regular visitor, standing in doorways or at the foot of our makeshift beds in the living room. Tom's health was deteriorating rapidly. He lost 15 pounds in 3 weeks and had dark circles under his eyes from lack of sleep. Anna's cat Milo disappeared for 2 days, only to be found hiding inside the wall through a small hole in the back of a closet, refusing to come out. We broke our lease after just 2 months. We told the landlord everything, expecting him not to believe us, but his response chilled me to the bone. He nodded slowly and said, "The tenants before you left after hearing footsteps in the attic said something was walking back and forth all night." He paused, then added, "There is no attic in that house." When I asked him about the no candles rule, he looked uncomfortable and changed the subject. To this day, I don't know what that was about, but I suspect it has something to do with whatever was in that house. Maybe fire attracts it, or maybe it's afraid of fire. Either way, I'm never setting foot in that place again. We lost our security deposit and spent a fortune on last-minute moving expenses, but it was worth it to get out of there. Tom's health improved almost immediately after we left. Anna's cat is back to normal too, though he still gets spooked easily. As for me, I'm no longer a skeptic. I don't know what was in that house in Bayside, but it wasn't human, and it didn't want us there. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, afraid I'll see that dark figure standing in my doorway. And sometimes, just for a second, I think I do. Story 17. I still don't know how to explain what happened to me last week. I've been trying to make sense of it, but I can't. I keep thinking about it every night when I try to sleep, and I figured maybe writing it down might help. I don't expect anyone to believe me. Hell, I'm not sure I believe it myself, but I swear every word of this is true. I was driving from Chicago to Denver for this big job interview. It was a pretty sweet gig with this tech startup. Way better pay than my current job, and honestly, I needed a change of scenery after my breakup with Jen. The interview was scheduled for Thursday morning, and I decided to drive straight through rather than stop overnight somewhere. It would save me some money, and I figured I'd just power through with energy drinks and podcasts. Everything was going fine until I hit Nebraska. It was around midnight, and I'd been on the road for about 7 hours at that point. I was getting a little drowsy despite the Red Bull, but I kept pushing. The highway was practically empty. Just me and the occasional semi-truck passing by. My GPS said I still had about 6 more hours to go. I remember checking my fuel gauge and seeing I was down to a quarter tank. Not critical, but I figured I'd stop at the next gas station to fill up and maybe grab another energy drink. That's when I saw the exit sign. Exit 233, Marrow Road. Here's the thing, I didn't plan to take that exit. I don't even remember deciding to take it. It was almost like my hands turned the wheel on their own. I just suddenly found myself on the off-ramp, heading toward this exit I'd never heard of before. I glanced at my GPS, and it showed nothing, just a blank area where the road should be. That should have been my first warning, but I figured the maps were just outdated. The exit ramp seemed longer than normal, much longer. And as soon as I turned onto Marrow Road, everything changed. The air felt different, heavier, colder. There were these thick woods on both sides of the road, which struck me as weird because most of Nebraska is pretty flat farmland. These trees weren't normal for the area. They were massive, old-looking things with twisted trunks, and they were packed so tight together that I couldn't see anything beyond the first row. Fog started rolling in between the trees. Not normal fog. This stuff seemed to move with purpose, swirling and twisting like it was alive. I remember thinking I should turn around, but there was no shoulder and no place to make a U-turn. Plus, I figured there had to be a gas station or something nearby. Why else would there be an exit? The trees seemed to press closer to the road the further I drove. I swear the branches were reaching out toward my car. I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following me, but the road behind was empty, just darkness swallowing up the pavement. After driving for about 15 minutes, way longer than any normal exit road should be, I saw a light in the distance. As I got closer, I realized it was a gas station, just a small one, with 2 pumps and a little convenience store. One of those old-school places you don't see much anymore. The sign just said, "Gas," in faded red letters, and there was a single light above the door that kept flickering on and off. I pulled up to the pump, but when I tried to insert my card, nothing happened. The screen was dead. I figured I'd go inside and prepay, so I parked and headed to the store. Looking back, I should have just driven away right then, but I was low on gas and completely turned around. The moment I pushed open the door, a bell jingled above me, but it sounded wrong, like the bell was cracked or something. The inside of the store was off. Everything was covered in a layer of dust, and the shelves were stocked with products I didn't recognize or brands that haven't been around for years. I picked up a candy bar, and the expiration date was from 2003. Almost 20 years expired. The windows had these handprints smeared across them, from the inside like someone had been trying to get out. They weren't normal handprints either. The fingers were too long, and there seemed to be extra joints in them. I remember feeling sick looking at them. There was nobody at the counter, but there was one of those service bells. You know, the kind you hit to get assistance. I hesitated, but I needed gas, so I tapped it. The sound echoed way louder than it should have, reverberating through the store like I'd struck a gong. Then I heard it, shuffling from the back of the store, slow, dragging footsteps like someone was pulling a limp leg behind them. I froze, suddenly not wanting whoever or whatever was back there to come out. That's when I saw it in the security mirror, mounted in the corner of the ceiling, a shadow moving between the aisles. Not a normal human shadow. This thing was tall, too tall. Its limbs were wrong, too long, too thin, with too many joints, and its head, God, its head was tilted at an angle that would snap a normal person's neck. It kept twitching, like it was having some kind of seizure. I didn't wait to see more. I bolted for the door, knocking over a display of beef jerky in my rush. Behind me, I heard this sound, not quite a growl, not quite a laugh. It was this wet, gargling noise that made my skin crawl. I practically dove into my car and peeled out of that gas station, not even caring about my empty tank anymore. I just needed to get as far away from that place as possible. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely grip the steering wheel. I drove as fast as I dared on that narrow road, constantly checking my mirrors. The thing that freaked me out most was that no matter how far I drove, I could still see the flickering light of the gas station in my rearview mirror. It should have disappeared around the curves or over the hills, but it was always there, like it was following me. After what felt like an hour of driving, but my car clock only showed 20 minutes had passed, I finally saw another road sign ahead. I felt a rush of relief, thinking I was about to get back to the highway. But as I got closer, my blood ran cold. It was exit 233, Marrow Road, the same exit I'd taken. Somehow I'd looped back to the beginning, even though I'd been driving straight the whole time. I nearly crashed my car in shock. It made no sense. I'd been driving away from the exit, not toward it. I'd never turned around. But there it was, clear as day, the same exit sign. I pulled over, hyperventilating, trying to make sense of what was happening. That's when I saw headlights in my mirror, an old pickup truck approaching fast from behind. I couldn't see the driver, just those headlights getting bigger and brighter as it barreled toward me. Something told me I didn't want to meet whoever was driving that truck, so I floored it. My car shot forward, tires screaming on the asphalt. The truck followed, matching my speed effortlessly, even as my speedometer pushed past 90 miles per hour. The road was barely wide enough for two cars, and the trees on either side made it impossible to see what was ahead until I was right on top of it. I kept checking my mirror, and the truck stayed right behind me, close enough that I couldn't even see its headlights anymore, just the dark outline of its grille filling my mirror. Then, suddenly, it was gone, just vanished. I slowed down slightly, confused and terrified, scanning my mirrors for any sign of the truck. That's when I saw it, the flickering light of the gas station, now ahead of me instead of behind. Somehow, I'd circled back again, even though I'd been driving straight the entire time. I pulled over and shut off the engine, trying to think. My GPS was useless. The screen just showed a blank void where I supposedly was. My phone had no signal. I was trapped in some kind of nightmare loop on this road that shouldn't exist. I sat there for what must have been hours, too scared to move, too scared to stay still. Every sound from the woods made me jump. And there were plenty of sounds. Whispers, scratching, things moving between the trees. Sometimes I'd catch glimpses of shadows flitting between the trunks, tall, elongated shapes that moved too fast and too fluidly to be human. When dawn finally broke, I decided to try one more time to find my way out. I started driving again, forcing myself to maintain a steady speed and watch for any turn or fork in the road that I might have missed before. There were none, just the same endless stretch of Marrow Road with those too close trees and that unnatural fog, and no matter which direction I drove, I always ended up back at that same damn gas station with its flickering light. I was running out of gas, running out of food. I had some snacks in my backpack, and frankly, running out of sanity. On what must have been my fifth or sixth loop past the gas station, I noticed something new, a dirt path leading into the woods just beyond the station. It was narrow, barely visible, but it was the only alternative to the main road I'd seen. Desperate, I decided to try it. I turned onto the dirt path, my car bouncing and scraping on the uneven ground. The trees closed in even tighter here, branches scratching against my windows like fingernails. The path twisted and turned, getting narrower until I was sure I was going to get stuck. Then suddenly I burst out onto a paved road, a normal two-lane highway with yellow lines down the middle. No fog, no weird trees, just normal Nebraska farmland stretching out on either side. My GPS flickered back to life, showing I was on Highway 80, about 50 miles west of where I'd taken that exit. I pulled over and just sat there, shaking, trying to process what had happened. I checked my phone. I had signal again, and the time. Somehow it was only 2 hours after I'd taken that exit, even though I'd been trapped on Marrow Road all night. I drove straight to Denver without stopping again. Made it to my interview, somehow pulled myself together enough to get through it. I even got the job offer, but I turned it down. I'm not driving through Nebraska ever again. I'm not sure I ever want to drive anywhere alone again. I've spent the last week researching Exit 233 and Marrow Road. There's nothing, no records of it existing, no reports of similar experiences. The few people I've told think I fell asleep at the wheel and had some kind of elaborate nightmare. Maybe they're right. I hope they're right. But I know what I saw. I know what I experienced. And every night when I close my eyes, I see that gas station with its flickering light, and I feel those eyes watching me from the darkness between the trees. I hear the bell jingling as the door opens, and I see those distorted handprints on the windows. And sometimes, when I'm driving at night and check my rearview mirror, I swear I can see headlights following me, an old pickup truck that vanishes when I look again. Story 18. I've been hiking solo for almost 15 years. I've done the Appalachian Trail twice, sections of the PCT, and countless weekend trips all over the Northeast. I'm not the type to get spooked easily. I've had my share of wildlife encounters, gotten lost a few times, and weathered some nasty storms. Normal stuff any experienced hiker deals with. This was different. I'd heard about an unmarked trail system in a remote section of the Catskills from another hiker I met last year. He mentioned it had incredible views but was pretty isolated, exactly what I was looking for. I'd been dealing with some heavy stuff at work and needed to disconnect completely. No cell service, no people, just me and the forest for 2 nights. When I pulled up to what I thought was the trailhead, just a small gravel area with enough room for maybe 3 cars, there was nobody else around. Not surprising for a Wednesday in October. The air felt unusually still as I hoisted my pack onto my shoulders. I remember checking the time, just past 11 in the morning, and thinking I had plenty of daylight to find a good camping spot. From the moment I stepped onto that trail, something felt wrong. The forest was too quiet. Not the peaceful kind of quiet you usually find when you're alone in nature, but an oppressive silence that felt like pressure against my eardrums. The trees were massive old pines, way bigger than I'd expect in this part of the Catskills. Their branches formed a dense canopy overhead that blocked most of the sunlight, creating this weird green-gray dimness even though it was midday. The trail itself was barely visible, just a slight depression in the ground with pine needles covering everything. I kept having to stop to make sure I was still following the right path. About 2 hours in, I started to feel like someone was watching me. I kept turning around, expecting to see another hiker, but there was never anyone there. Despite the stillness, I swear the branches seemed to shift whenever I wasn't looking directly at them. It was probably just my imagination, but it made me walk faster. Around 3 in the afternoon, I found a small clearing that seemed like a decent place to set up camp. Not ideal, but the light was already starting to fade under the thick canopy, and I wanted to get my tent up before dark. As I was unpacking, I realized the silence had somehow gotten even deeper. No birds, no insects, not even the sound of wind through the trees. That's when I heard it for the first time, whispering. So faint I thought I was imagining it. It sounded like someone standing just behind me, mumbling under their breath. I spun around, but there was nothing there, just the wall of dark pines surrounding the clearing. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded weird, muffled, like the air itself was absorbing the sound. No answer, but the whispering stopped momentarily. I told myself it was just the wind, even though there wasn't any, or maybe water from some stream nearby. I focused on setting up camp, gathering some firewood and getting everything ready for the night. By the time darkness fell, I had a small fire going and was heating up my dinner. That's when the whispering returned, louder this time. It seemed to come from all directions at once, multiple voices overlapping. I still couldn't make out any words, just this constant murmuring that rose and fell in volume. I tried drowning it out with my own voice, humming, even singing a bit, but it only seemed to make the whispers more intense, as if they were responding to me. My fire started dying down faster than it should have, like something was sucking the oxygen away. I added more wood, but the flames remained weak, barely giving off any heat. The temperature dropped dramatically, my breath formed clouds in front of my face, and my fingers went numb despite my gloves. October in the Catskills can get chilly, but this was different. A bone-deep cold that seemed to seep into me. I retreated to my tent around 8, hoping to warm up in my sleeping bag. Inside, the whispering became slightly muffled, but it never stopped. I laid there for hours, unable to sleep, just listening to those voices rise and fall. Sometimes they would get so quiet I thought they'd stopped, only to suddenly swell in volume, making me jolt upright in my sleeping bag. Around midnight, I remember checking my watch. The whispering changed. It became more distinct, more purposeful. I still couldn't make out words, but the tone shifted from random murmuring to something that sounded almost like chanting, rhythmic, deliberate. That's when the footsteps started. At first, it was just a soft crunching of pine needles, circling my tent. Slow, methodical steps, walking around once, twice, 3 times. I lay completely still, barely breathing, trying to convince myself it was just an animal, a deer maybe, or even a bear, curious about my campsite. But animals don't walk in perfect circles, and they don't stop right outside your tent and just stand there. I could hear breathing, heavy, ragged breathing, like someone who'd been running. It wasn't an animal. The sound was too human, too intentional. It was right outside the thin fabric of my tent, not more than a foot from my head. I don't know how long I lay there, paralyzed with fear. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure whatever was outside could hear it. The breathing continued, sometimes speeding up, sometimes slowing down, but never moving away. Then, very slowly, something pressed against the side of my tent. Not a hand. It was too large, too diffuse a pressure. It felt like someone leaning their entire body against the fabric. The nylon stretched inward, and I could see the vague outline of something pushing through. I must have passed out from fear, because the next thing I remember is jolting awake to the sound of my watch alarm. 6 in the morning, and gray dawn light was filtering through my tent. The pressure was gone. The breathing was gone. Even the whispering had subsided to a faint, distant sound. I didn't waste any time. I packed up my stuff as quickly as I could, not bothering with breakfast or coffee. I just needed to get the hell out of there. The clearing looked different in the daylight, smaller somehow, with the trees pressing in closer than I remembered from the day before. When I went to find the trail I'd come in on, it wasn't there. I'm not exaggerating. The slight depression in the ground, the subtle path I'd followed, gone. Just uniform pine needles in every direction, with those massive trees standing like sentinels. I took out my compass, knowing I'd hiked in from the east. The needle spun wildly before settling on a direction, so I started walking. After 20 minutes, I should have hit the main trail. Instead, I found myself in another clearing that looked eerily similar to the one I'd just left. Same size, same arrangement of trees. For a moment I thought I'd somehow walked in a circle, but my tent site wasn't there. The whispering grew louder as panic set in. I picked another direction and walked faster, pushing through underbrush that shouldn't have been there. The trees seemed to be closing in, branches reaching lower, scraping against my pack and face. The forest was getting darker too, as if the sun was setting instead of rising. I walked for hours, changing direction whenever I hit impenetrable thickets or steep drops that appeared out of nowhere. The geography made no sense. The Catskills don't have the kind of sheer cliff faces I kept encountering. At some point, I realized I was just going in circles, or maybe the forest itself was shifting around me. The whispering had become so loud it was hard to think. Multiple voices, all talking over each other, sometimes screaming, sometimes dropping to a low growl. Still no distinct words, but the meaning was clear. They didn't want me to leave. That's when I saw them for the first time. Between the trees, maybe 50 yards away, a pale figure. It looked human-shaped, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin, with limbs at odd angles. It stood perfectly still, watching me. Its face was mostly shadow, but I could see its eyes, hollow, empty sockets that somehow still tracked my movement. I turned to run and saw another one behind me and another to my left. They were emerging from behind trees all around me, dozens of them, their mouths open in what looked like silent screams. But it wasn't silent. Their screams were the whispers I'd been hearing. I ran. I don't remember choosing a direction. I just ran as fast as I could away from those things. Branches whipped my face, thorns tore at my clothes, but I didn't stop. The figures were always in my peripheral vision, flitting between trees, matching my pace but staying just out of direct sight. I don't know how long I ran. My lungs were burning, my legs threatening to give out. The forest kept changing around me, sometimes dense underbrush, sometimes open ground between the massive pines. The light fluctuated too, bright one moment, almost dark the next, like the sun was flickering. Then suddenly, inexplicably, I stumbled out onto a road, an actual paved road that definitely hadn't been there moments before. The transition was so abrupt I fell to my knees on the asphalt, gasping for breath. When I looked back, the forest appeared normal, just regular-sized trees, normal undergrowth. No sign of the massive pines or the pale figures. A pickup truck came around the bend and stopped. The driver, an older guy with a gray beard, asked if I was okay. I must have looked terrible, covered in scratches, wild-eyed, still struggling to breathe. He helped me into his truck and drove me back to the small lot where I'd parked my car. According to him, I was over 8 miles from where I thought I was. He'd never heard of any unmarked trail system in that area, and when I described the massive pines, he looked at me strangely and said there weren't trees that size anywhere in the Catskills. It's been 3 weeks, and I still can't explain what happened. I've looked at maps, searched online for information about the Whispering Pines, but found nothing. The few references I did find were vague warnings in old hiking forums about staying on marked trails in that part of the Catskills. The worst part is, it's not over. When everything is quiet at night, I can still hear them, the whispers. Faint, but distinct, coming from just outside my bedroom window or from the dark corners of my apartment. Sometimes I see movement from the corner of my eye, tall, thin shapes that vanish when I turn to look directly at them. Whatever was in those woods followed me home, and I don't think they're going to leave me alone. Story 19. I never believed in ghosts. Not really. I'm the guy who watches horror movies and laughs at the stupid decisions characters make. Just leave the house, I'd yell at the screen. Well, now I understand why they don't. It's not that simple when it's your home. I moved into this old colonial house in Willow Creek about 7 months ago. The rent was suspiciously cheap for such a beautiful place, but I was fresh out of college with student loans breathing down my neck, so I didn't ask too many questions. The landlord mentioned something about the house being near some old burial grounds, but he said it so casually that I didn't think twice about it. Just some local history, right? The first few weeks were completely normal. The house creaked a bit at night, but it's from the 1700s. What do you expect? I was settling in nicely, working remotely for a tech company, making the spare bedroom my office. Everything was fine until about a month in. It started small. I'd come home and find things slightly moved from where I left them. My coffee mug on a different part of the counter. My laptop closed when I swore I left it open. Little stuff that's easy to dismiss. I must have forgotten, I'd tell myself. I'm just tired. But then the 7:30 thing started happening. Every evening, like clockwork, at 7:30 p.m., I'd hear the front door open and close. Footsteps would move through the entryway. Keys would jangle as they were dropped into the ceramic bowl I keep by the door. I'd hear the rustling of a jacket being taken off, shoes being kicked aside, normal roommate sounds. Except I live alone. The first time it happened, I nearly jumped out of my skin. I grabbed a baseball bat and went to check, expecting to find an intruder. There was nothing. The front door was still locked from the inside. The bowl was empty. No jacket, no shoes, nothing out of place. I tried to rationalize it. Old pipes, the house settling, wind playing tricks. But it happened again the next night, and the next. Always at 7:30, always the same sequence of sounds. After a week of this, I started to notice that the sounds would continue beyond the entryway. The footsteps would move through the living room, past where I'd be sitting frozen on the couch, and then, this is the part that still makes my skin crawl, they'd walk straight through the solid wall into my kitchen. I don't mean they'd stop at the wall. I mean I could actually track the sound moving through the wall, as if the wall wasn't there for whatever was making these sounds. I started staying out until late, coming home after 8 p.m. just to avoid hearing it, but curiosity is a powerful thing. Eventually, I forced myself to sit in the living room and wait for it one evening. At precisely 7:30, it happened again. Door, footsteps, keys, jacket, shoes. Then the footsteps moved toward me. I swear to God I felt something brush past me on the couch. The cushion next to me compressed slightly, as if someone had put their hand there to steady themselves while walking by. The air turned ice cold for a split second. Then the footsteps continued right through the wall and into the kitchen. I called my uncle the next day. He's a contractor who deals with old houses all the time. I was hoping for a rational explanation, maybe a gas leak causing hallucinations or some weird acoustic phenomenon. He came over that weekend with some equipment to check for carbon monoxide, radon, natural gas, all that stuff. Houses this old can have all kinds of issues, he told me, fiddling with a gas detector in my living room. Could be something in the air making you... He never finished that sentence because at that exact moment, it was around 2 in the afternoon, nowhere near 7:30. The detector was violently ripped from his hands, not dropped, ripped, like someone had grabbed it and yanked it away. It flew across the room and smashed through the window, landing somewhere in the front yard. We both just stood there, staring at the broken window. My uncle's face had gone completely white. "I think I should go," he said finally. "What the hell was that?" I asked, my voice shaking. "I don't know, Jeremy," he replied, already backing toward the door. "But whatever's in this house doesn't want to be detected." After he left, every window in the house opened simultaneously. Not violently, they just smoothly slid up, as if someone was methodically going around opening them. It was 30 degrees outside. I ran around closing them all, my hands trembling. By the time I got to the last one, the first ones I'd closed were opening again. This went on for almost an hour before it suddenly stopped. The house fell silent. I sat on the floor of my living room, exhausted and terrified. I'd reached the point where I couldn't deny something was happening anymore. But even that wasn't the worst part. The worst started happening about 3 weeks after the 7:30 visits began. I'd be in bed, usually around midnight, trying to fall asleep despite being completely on edge. I'd feel the air in my bedroom change, become heavier, colder. The floorboards near the foot of my bed would start to creak, as if someone was standing there, shifting their weight slightly. Then, and I'm getting goosebumps just typing this, I'd feel my mattress depress at the foot of the bed, like someone sitting down. I'd lie there, paralyzed with fear, eyes clenched shut, telling myself it was just the house settling or my imagination running wild. But one night, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to look. I opened my eyes and saw... God, I can barely describe it. A pale figure was sitting at the edge of my bed. It wasn't fully solid. I could see the dresser behind it, but only faintly. It had the shape of a person, but all wrong somehow. The proportions were off. Its arms were too long, its head slightly too large, and it was coming from the floor. I don't mean it was standing on the floor. I mean it was literally emerging from the floorboards, as if the floor was a pool of water, and this thing was rising up through it. The lower half of its body was still beneath my floor, while the upper half sat on my bed, turned slightly away from me. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just watched as it slowly turned its head, too far, farther than a neck should be able to turn, and looked at me. Its face, I still see it when I close my eyes. It had features like a human, but they were distorted, like looking at a reflection in rippling water. Its eyes were dark hollows, and its mouth was stretched into what might have been a smile, but was too wide, too empty. It just stared at me for what felt like hours. Then, in one fluid motion, it pulled the rest of itself up through the floor and lay down on my bed, next to me. I felt the mattress shift as it settled in. I felt the cold radiating from it against my side. I must have passed out from fear because the next thing I remember, it was morning. I was alone in my bed, drenched in sweat despite the room being freezing cold. I told myself it was sleep paralysis, a nightmare, stress, anything but what it seemed to be. But it happened again the next night and the next. Each time the figure would rise through the floor, sit on my bed, look at me, and then lie down. Sometimes it would just lie there. Other times it would turn on its side to face me, those hollow eyes staring into mine until I couldn't bear it anymore and would close my eyes, feeling its gaze burning into my eyelids. I tried sleeping on the couch. It came through the living room floor instead. I tried a hotel one night. When I came back the next day, every single item in my bedroom had been moved exactly 3 inches to the left. The 7:30 visitor continued its routine too, passing through the living room into the kitchen every evening without fail. I started to wonder if they were connected, the 7:30 visitor and my midnight bedfellow. Were they the same entity, different ones? Was my house some kind of supernatural thoroughfare? Last week, I set up cameras. I had to know if I was losing my mind or if this was really happening. I put one in the living room aimed at the wall where the 7:30 visitor passes through. Another in my bedroom focused on the foot of my bed. The footage from the living room camera showed nothing at 7:30. No one came through the door. No one walked through the room. But the audio captured everything. The door, the keys, the footsteps. And at the exact moment when I feel something brush past me on the couch, there's a visible indentation on the cushion, as if an invisible hand is pressing down on it. The bedroom camera was worse, much worse. It showed the floorboards at the foot of my bed actually rippling, like the surface of water when something is about to break through. And then, rising up through solid wood, a faint outline appears, exactly where I've been seeing the figure. The outline becomes more defined as it sits on the bed, the mattress visibly depressing beneath it. The camera catches a vague, translucent shape lying down next to me, and then, most disturbing of all, it shows me reacting, my face contorting in fear, my body going rigid even though I'm still asleep. I'm writing this now from my car. I can't stay in that house anymore, but I can't seem to leave it either. I've tried staying away, but I'm drawn back, like there's something keeping me tethered to it. I've looked into the history of the property. The burial grounds nearby are ancient, predating colonial settlement by hundreds of years. The house itself has changed hands dozens of times since it was built, never staying with one family for more than a decade. The local historical society had records of the original layout of the house. Turns out, the wall that the 7:30 visitor phases through used to be a doorway. And my bedroom? It was built over what was once a root cellar, a place where the original owners would have stored food, and sometimes, according to one account, the dead during harsh winter months when the ground was too frozen for proper burial. I don't know what to do anymore. Every night at 7:30, the visitor comes home. Every night around midnight, something rises through my floor and gets into bed with me. Sometimes I think I hear it breathing. Sometimes I think I hear it whisper. And now, when I wake up in the morning, there's a depression on the other pillow, as if whatever visits me is staying longer, becoming more solid, more real. I'm afraid to go home tonight, but I know I will. Something is pulling me back there. Something wants me there. And I'm starting to think that something is never going to let me leave. Story 20. I don't usually share personal stuff online, but I'm desperate for answers, or at least to know I'm not going crazy. This happened about 6 months ago, but it feels like yesterday. I still work at the same place, but I've been seriously considering quitting. I work night shifts at this medical facility that doubles as a daycare center during the day. It's this weirdly designed building. 2 floors with the children's center on the bottom floor and doctor's offices on the top. My job is basically cleaning and maintenance from 10 at night until 6 in the morning. The pay is decent, and I usually have the whole place to myself, which I used to like. That night started like any other. I arrived at 10, punched in, and started my usual routine. The daycare portion always creeped me out a bit. All those little chairs in circles, half-finished drawings pinned to walls, and toys that seemed to be staring at you. But you get used to it, or at least I thought I had. I was mopping the main playroom around midnight when I first heard it. Someone called my name. Not just called it, practically screamed it. The voice was deep but distorted, like it was being played through a broken speaker. It echoed through the empty building, and I froze completely, mop still in my hand, water dripping onto the floor. "Hello?" I called out, thinking maybe my supervisor had come in for a surprise check. No response, just silence. I tried to brush it off as my imagination. Maybe I was just tired. I continued mopping, but my hands were shaking so bad I kept sloshing water everywhere. Then I heard a child, not crying, not screaming, just making those little cooing sounds babies make when they're playing. It was coming from upstairs, which made zero sense. There are never children in the building at night, and definitely not on the second floor where the doctor's offices are. I told myself it was just the building settling or the pipes or something. Old buildings make weird noises, right? But this wasn't creaking or groaning. This was distinctly human. I finished the daycare area as quickly as possible and headed upstairs to clean the doctor's offices. I put my earphones in and cranked up my music to drown out any more noises I might hear. The familiar songs calmed me down, and for about an hour, everything was normal. I was cleaning the windows in the hallway when I saw it. Something black zipped past outside the second floor window. Not a bird, not a bat. This was bigger, much bigger, and it moved unnaturally fast. I yanked my earphones out and pressed my face against the glass, trying to see what it was, but there was nothing there, just the empty parking lot below, illuminated by security lights. Then my earphones died, completely dead. I had just charged them before my shift, and they usually last for at least 8 hours. I stuffed them in my pocket, telling myself the battery was just faulty. That's when I felt it. The cold. Not like air conditioning cold, but the kind of cold that seeps into your bones, the kind of cold that doesn't belong indoors on a summer night. I turned around slowly, and that's when I saw it up close. A black thing. Not quite human-shaped, but not quite anything else either. It was like a mass of darkness that had somehow pulled itself together into something vaguely humanoid. It flew, not walked, flew, inches from my face, and I felt the air get sucked out of my lungs. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't do anything but stand there as this thing hovered in front of me. It didn't have eyes that I could see, but I knew it was looking at me. I could feel it studying me. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, it shot down the hallway and around the corner. The moment it was gone, I could breathe again, and my legs started working. I ran. I've never run so fast in my life. I didn't care about my job, didn't care about anything except getting away from whatever that was. I got to the stairs and practically tumbled down them in my rush to reach the exit. As I rounded the corner to the main entrance, I saw what looked like a pair of work boots sticking out from behind the reception desk. They looked just like the ones our maintenance guy wears, but he never works nights. "Hello?" I called out, my voice breaking. No answer. I should have just kept running, but stupidly, I took a few steps closer. The boots didn't move. I reached the desk and looked behind it, expecting to see someone, but there was nothing there. No boots. Nothing. As I straightened up, confused, I felt it. A sharp, freezing pain right between my shoulder blades, like someone had pressed an icicle into my skin. I screamed and spun around, but again, nothing was there. I didn't stick around to investigate further. I bolted for the door, fumbling with my keys to unlock it. My hands were shaking so bad I kept dropping them. Finally, the door opened and I ran to my car, started it, and sat there for a good 20 minutes trying to calm down enough to drive. I almost didn't go back the next night. I seriously considered calling in sick or just quitting altogether, but I needed the money and part of me thought maybe I'd just freak myself out. Old buildings make weird noises, shadows play tricks on you, battery failures happen. So I went back. I requested to be transferred to just cleaning the doctor's office section, making up some excuse about allergies in the daycare area. My supervisor didn't question it, thankfully. For a couple of nights, everything was fine. No voices, no weird sightings, nothing. I started to think I had imagined the whole thing. Maybe I'd been working too hard, not getting enough sleep. Then it started again. I was wiping down counters in one of the examination rooms when I saw something dart past the doorway. Just a quick movement, but definitely humanoid. I called out, thinking maybe the security guard was doing rounds, but no one answered. I stepped into the hallway, and that's when I heard my name again. The same distorted voice, but quieter this time, almost like a whisper. It wasn't coming from any specific direction. It seemed to be all around me. "Who's there?" I said, trying to sound brave, but hearing the tremble in my voice. This isn't funny. Silence. Then footsteps. Heavy footsteps like someone wearing boots, walking slowly down the hallway toward me. But I couldn't see anyone. I backed into the examination room and shut the door, leaning against it, heart pounding in my chest. The footsteps stopped right outside the door. I held my breath, waiting for someone to try the handle, but nothing happened. After what felt like hours, but was probably only a few minutes, I worked up the courage to open the door again. The hallway was empty. I convinced myself to finish my shift, practically running from room to room as I cleaned, constantly looking over my shoulder. When 6 o'clock finally came, I couldn't get out of there fast enough. This pattern continued for weeks. I'd go in, try to do my job, and experience something unexplainable. Sometimes it was just noises, my name being called, children laughing, footsteps. Other times it was visual, shadows moving against walls, dark shapes darting just out of my line of sight, the occasional glimpse of what looked like a person who disappeared when I looked directly at them. The worst incident happened about a month after the first encounter. I was emptying trash bins on the second floor when I saw a light on in one of the doctor's offices. Dr. Matthews always turns off his lights when he leaves, so I thought maybe he had forgotten that day. I walked toward his office, and as I got closer, I saw a shadow move inside. It looked like someone sitting at the desk. I knocked on the door. "Dr. Matthews, did you stay late?" The shadow moved, and a voice that sounded almost like Dr. Matthews, but not quite, called out, "Yes, come in, I need help." Something felt wrong. Dr. Matthews had definitely left hours ago. I had seen him leave myself. Plus, his voice sounded off, like someone trying to imitate him but not quite getting it right. I didn't open the door. Instead, I backed away slowly, watching as the shadow stood up and moved toward the door from the other side. It was human-shaped, but somehow too tall, too thin. "I said I need help," the voice repeated, more insistent this time, dropping any pretense of sounding like Dr. Matthews. It was that same distorted voice that had been calling my name. I turned and ran, hearing the door open behind me. I didn't look back. I ran all the way to the break room, locked myself in, and called security. When they arrived, they found nothing unusual. No one in Dr. Matthews' office, no signs of intrusion, nothing out of place. They thought I was losing it. Maybe I am, but I know what I saw, what I heard. I still work there, stupidly enough. I need the paycheck, and part of me is determined not to let whatever this is drive me away. The entity, ghost, whatever it is, hasn't shown itself directly again since that night, but the activity hasn't stopped. I still hear my name called in that distorted voice. I still see shapes moving in my peripheral vision. I still feel watched. The daycare staff have started complaining about toys being moved overnight, drawings being taken down from walls, and strange cold spots throughout the rooms. They blame me, thinking I'm not putting things back properly after cleaning. I don't bother trying to explain. Who would believe me? Last week, one of the daycare workers told me a little boy had been asking about the shadow man who plays with him when no one else is around. She thought it was just an imaginary friend. I didn't have the heart to tell her otherwise. I don't know what this thing is or what it wants. I don't know why it's fixated on me or on this building. All I know is that it's real, it's there, and it's watching, always watching. I'm writing this because I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. I need to know I'm not crazy, because every night when I walk into that building, I feel it waiting for me, and I don't know how much longer I can take it. Story 21. I've been a long-haul trucker for 19 years now, seen pretty much everything the American highway system has to offer. Good, bad, and weird. Lot lizards, highway robbers, drunk drivers going the wrong way, you name it. But what happened to me 3 weeks ago on Route 66 in New Mexico, I still can't explain it. I'm writing this down partly because I need to tell someone, and partly because I'm hoping someone else has seen what I saw. I go by Big Rig McCarthy to the other drivers, Jack to my friends. I was hauling a load of electronics from California to Oklahoma City, making good time despite some construction delays outside of Flagstaff. I'd been driving since early morning, and by around 1:30 in the morning, I was about 40 miles west of Albuquerque on a pretty desolate stretch of Route 66. The moon was just a sliver that night, and the darkness out there in the desert is something else. City folks don't understand what true darkness is. Out there, it's like being wrapped in black velvet. The only real light comes from your headlights and whatever stars are bright enough to punch through. I was tired, but not dangerously so. I've learned to manage fatigue over the years, know exactly when to pull over, when to push through. I had the radio on low, some classic rock station fading in and out as I rolled through the hills. My thermos of coffee was still half full, and I figured I'd make it to my planned stop about an hour ahead. That's when I first saw it, just a dark shape at first, darting across the road maybe 50 yards ahead. My headlights caught it for just a second, something big and black moving way faster than it should have been able to. I instinctively tapped the brakes, easing off the accelerator. Whatever it was had already crossed the road and disappeared into the scrubland on the right side. Probably a coyote, I remember thinking to myself. They're all over the Southwest, and they move quick. But something about the way it moved didn't sit right. I took a swig of coffee and turned the radio up a bit. The cab of my Peterbilt is my home away from home. Comfortable leather seat worn in just right, family photos taped to the dash, everything exactly where I need it. I've spent more nights in that cab than in my own bedroom back in Indiana. Maybe 10 minutes later I saw it again. This time it was running alongside the highway on my right, and this is where things started getting strange. I was doing about 60 miles an hour, and this thing was keeping pace with me. Dead even, not falling behind at all. I squinted, trying to make it out better in the darkness. It was too big for a coyote, that was for damn sure, and it wasn't a wolf either. I've seen wolves up in Montana, and this was different. It was massive, maybe the size of a Great Dane, but bulkier. Coal black, with shaggy fur that seemed to absorb what little light hit it. But its eyes, God, its eyes. They caught the light from my headlights and glowed like burning embers. Not the typical animal eye shine you see at night. This was different, like there was fire behind them. I'm not ashamed to admit I felt the hair on my arm stand straight up. Something primal in me recognized that whatever was running alongside my rig wasn't natural. I pressed down on the accelerator, pushing up to 70 miles per hour. The thing matched my speed without any apparent effort. It wasn't even running hard, more like a casual lope, eyes never leaving my truck. You're just tired, I told myself. Brain's playing tricks. I cranked the AC to max, blasting cold air in my face to wake myself up. But when I looked back, the dog was still there, still keeping pace, still watching me with those burning eyes. I spotted a truck stop coming up, not one of the big chain ones, just a little independent place with a couple of pumps and a small convenience store. The lights were on, but I couldn't see anybody moving around. At that point, I didn't care if they were open or not. I just needed to stop, to break whatever was happening. I signaled and pulled off the highway, the dog vanishing as I turned into the lot. The place looked deserted, no other trucks, no cars at the pumps. The neon open sign was buzzing in the window, but it looked like the kind of place that would have a bell on the door to alert the clerk who was probably sleeping in the back. I sat in my cab for a minute or two, catching my breath, telling myself I was being ridiculous. I'm not a superstitious man, never have been. But 19 years on the road, you hear stories, lot of lonely miles out there, and truckers fill the silence with tales. Stories about phantom hitchhikers, ghost trucks that run you off the road, stretches of highway where the laws of physics seem optional. I'd always laughed them off. I wasn't laughing now. After a few minutes, I decided to go inside, splash some water on my face, maybe grab a fresh coffee. I made sure to lock my truck. Habit, even in an empty lot in the middle of nowhere. The store was as dead as it looked from outside. Ancient coolers hummed along the back wall, and a bored-looking kid with acne was half asleep behind the counter. He barely glanced up when I walked in. I nodded at him and headed to the bathroom. The fluorescent lights buzzed and flickered, but the cold water felt good on my face. I stared at myself in the mirror. Bloodshot eyes, salt and pepper stubble, lines around my eyes deeper than they used to be. Just an ordinary middle-aged trucker, not the kind of guy who sees supernatural beasts on the highway. I bought a coffee that smelled like it had been sitting there since noon, more out of obligation than desire, and headed back to my rig. The night was silent except for the distant hum of the occasional car on the highway and the buzz of insects around the lot lights. No sign of any massive black dog. When I opened the door to my cab, I froze. There, on the passenger seat, was a tuft of coarse black fur. I know that my truck had been locked. I'm religious about that. Keys were in my pocket the whole time. Windows were up. Nobody could have gotten in there. I picked up the fur with shaking fingers. It was rough and oily. Nothing like dog or coyote fur I've felt before. And it was cold. Unnaturally cold. Like it had been sitting in a freezer. That's when I felt it. The sensation of being watched. The same feeling you get when you're camping and hear something big moving around outside your tent. I slowly turned my head toward the passenger window. It was there, standing in the parking lot about 10 feet from my truck. The black dog. In the sickly yellow light of the lot, I could see it clearly for the first time. Its fur wasn't just black. It was like looking into a void. The light seemed to bend around it. Its shoulders came up to about the bottom of my window, which would put it at almost 4 feet tall at the shoulder. Its head was massive, with a broad muzzle and ears that stood straight up. But those eyes, they were fixed on me, and they were intelligent, aware, almost human in their focus, but with nothing human in their intent. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely get the key in the ignition. The dog, if you can call it that, took a step toward the truck, then another. I finally got the key in and turned it. The engine coughed once, twice, my reliable Peterbilt choosing this moment to be temperamental. The dog was at my door now. Up close, I could see that its mouth was slightly open, revealing teeth that seemed too large, too numerous for its jaw. A low growl started, so deep I felt it in my chest, more than heard it. The engine caught on the third try, and I threw it into gear so fast I nearly stripped the transmission. As I started to pull away, the thing leaped at my door. I'm not exaggerating when I say the impact rocked my entire 18-wheeler. The sound it made wasn't a bark or a howl. It was like metal grinding on metal, a sound no living thing should be able to produce. Its paws scrabbled at my window, leaving trails in the condensation. I floored it, tires squealing as I peeled out of the lot and back onto Route 66. In my side mirror, I could see it standing there, watching me go, those ember eyes burning in the darkness. I drove non-stop for the next 4 hours, pushing well past the point of safety, fueled by adrenaline and terror. By the time the sun started coming up, I'd convinced myself it had all been some kind of hallucination. Sleep deprivation can do crazy things to your mind, right? The fur I'd found was probably just something that had been caught in my clothes from somewhere else, and I dropped it on the seat without noticing. I pulled into a rest area just east of Amarillo as dawn was breaking. Other trucks were parked there, normal, everyday truckers starting their day. The normalcy was comforting. I got out to stretch my legs and check my tires, another habit. That's when I saw them. On the passenger side of my truck, starting at the door and running back toward the trailer, were deep gouges in the metal, 4 parallel lines about 8 inches long each. Fresh gouges, the metal still shiny where it had been torn, no rust or dirt built up in the scratches, claw marks. I've tried to rationalize what happened that night. Maybe it was some exotic animal that escaped from somewhere. Maybe I was more tired than I thought, and the claw marks were from something else entirely. A tree branch I'd forgotten about, or damage at a loading dock, but I know what I saw, and I know what I felt. Pure ancient fear, the kind that comes hardwired in your DNA, from when our ancestors huddled around fires while things with teeth hunted in the darkness beyond. I've made that same run 4 times since then. I avoid that stretch of Route 66 at night now. I take detours, even if they add hours to my drive. The other drivers laugh when I refuse night runs through New Mexico, but they didn't see what I saw. Sometimes when I'm driving at dusk and the shadows are getting long, I check my mirrors more often than I need to, looking for a dark shape loping along beside my rig. Sometimes I think I see it, just at the edge of my headlight's reach. Waiting. Following. I still have that tuft of fur sealed in a plastic bag in my glove compartment. Sometimes it seems warm to the touch, even in the dead of winter. Sometimes I swear it moves on its own inside the bag. They say certain creatures get attached to people, that once they find you, they never really leave. I don't know if that's true. But I keep driving, and I keep watching my mirrors because I know it's out there somewhere. The black dog of Route 66, and somehow I know it's still watching me too. Story 22. I still have nightmares about that night. It's been 3 months, and I can't shake what happened. I'm not even sure why I'm writing this now. Maybe because nobody believes me, or maybe because I need someone to tell me I'm not going crazy. It happened back in October when I was driving through West Virginia. I was heading home after visiting my aunt in Elkins. It was getting late, around 8 o'clock, and I decided to take a shortcut through some back roads instead of sticking to the highway. Route 219 seemed like a good idea at the time. Less traffic, more direct. Looking back, I wish I'd just stayed on the interstate like a normal person. I had been driving for about an hour when the rain started. Not a heavy downpour, just a steady drizzle that made everything hazy. My windshield wipers squeaked every few seconds and the radio kept cutting in and out until I just turned it off. The silence was almost comforting, just me and the road. That's when I saw her. She was standing at the edge of the road, not even trying to shield herself from the rain. No umbrella, no hood, just a thin white sweater and jeans. She wasn't even sticking out her thumb, she was just standing there. At first I drove past her. I mean, who picks up hitchhikers these days? I'm not stupid. But something made me look in my rearview mirror, and seeing her standing there in the rain, completely still, just staring after my car, I felt awful. I pulled over and waited, telling myself I was just being kind. She was probably some local who needed a ride to the next town. Maybe her car broke down. It happens, and I'd want someone to help me if I was stuck out here. God, I wish I'd kept driving. I watched in my side mirror as she walked toward my car. There was something weird about how she moved. Not limping exactly, but her steps were too precise, like someone carefully placing one foot in front of the other. When she got to the passenger door, she just stood there for a second before opening it. She didn't bend down to look at me first or ask where I was headed. She just opened the door and got in. Up close, she looked young, maybe 20 or so. Her hair was dark and wet from the rain, plastered to her pale face. She didn't have any bags with her, not even a purse, and she was soaking wet, but she didn't seem bothered by it at all. "Thanks for stopping," she said, but her voice was flat, emotionless. She didn't sound grateful or relieved, just stating a fact. "No problem," I replied, trying to be friendly. "Where are you headed?" She stared straight ahead for a moment too long before answering. "West. Just west. Not a town or a street address or even a state. Just west." I should have asked her to get out right then, but instead, I nodded and pulled back onto the road. "I'm Emma, by the way," I said, glancing at her. She didn't answer. She didn't even look at me. She just sat there completely still, her hands folded in her lap. Water was dripping from her clothes onto my passenger seat, but she didn't try to dry herself off or apologize for getting my car wet. We drove in silence for about 15 minutes. The road got darker as we moved away from the small towns, and the trees on either side seemed to press in closer. My headlights barely cut through the darkness, and the rain was getting heavier. "Do you mind if I turn on the radio?" I asked, just to break the silence. She turned her head toward me then, and I swear her movement was too smooth, like her neck was on a swivel. "Do you like music?" she asked. Yeah. Most people do, I guess." "They sang to me," she said. I gripped the steering wheel tighter. "Who did?" "The voices. They sang to me in the dark." I laughed nervously. "That's interesting." She started humming then. It wasn't any tune I recognized. It was discordant, with notes that seemed to clash against each other. But the weirdest part was that it didn't sound like it was just coming from her. It seemed to fill the car, like it was coming from the speakers or from outside. But the radio was off, and the windows were closed. I tried to focus on the road, but her humming was making it hard to concentrate. The melody, if you could call it that, made my skin crawl. It felt wrong somehow, twisted, like something beautiful that had been broken and put back together wrong. "Could you stop that?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. She stopped humming and turned to look at me again. "Don't you like it?" she asked. "It's their song." "Whose song?" My mouth was dry. "The ones who found me." Her face split into a smile that was too wide, showing too many teeth. "The ones who showed me the way." My hands were sweating now, and I could feel my heart pounding. This girl wasn't right. Maybe she was on drugs. Maybe she was mentally ill. Either way, I needed to get her out of my car. "Look," I said, trying to sound firm, "I think I should drop you off at the next gas station. They can help you find a proper ride." "We're already on the right road," she said, still smiling that terrible smile. "They're coming." "Who's coming?" I demanded, my voice rising with panic. She leaned closer to me, and I could smell something strange. Not body odor or perfume, but something earthy and wrong, like wet leaves and decay. "The ones who sing," she whispered. "They've been waiting for you." That was it. I slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a screeching halt in the middle of the empty road. "Get out," I said, no longer caring if I sounded rude. "Get out of my car right now." She didn't move. She just kept staring at me with that smile. I said, "Get out." I reached across to open her door, but she grabbed my wrist. Her hand was ice cold. Not just cool, but freezing, like she'd been dead for hours, and strong, much stronger than she looked. I couldn't pull away. "They're already here," she said, but her voice had changed. It wasn't just her voice anymore. It sounded like multiple people speaking at once, voices overlapping, some high, some deep, all saying the same words together. And her eyes, God, her eyes. They were completely black now. No whites, no irises, just two pools of darkness staring into mine. I screamed and yanked my arm back with all my strength. This time she let go, and I fumbled with my seatbelt, desperate to get away from her. I threw myself out of the driver's side door and stumbled onto the wet asphalt. The rain had stopped, but I hadn't even noticed. The air was completely still, and it was silent, too silent. No insects, no distant traffic, nothing, just silence. And then I heard it, the singing. It came from everywhere and nowhere, surrounding me in the darkness. It was the same melody she had been humming, but fully formed now, with words I couldn't understand in a language that didn't sound human. It rose and fell like waves, beautiful and terrible at the same time. I turned back to my car, expecting to see her getting out, coming after me, but what I saw made no sense. My car was still there, headlights on, engine running, the passenger door was open, but the hitchhiker was gone. Just gone. There was nowhere she could have run to, nothing but dark roads stretching in both directions and dense forest on either side. She had simply vanished. I stood there, frozen with fear, the strange singing growing louder around me. My instinct was to run into the woods to hide, but something told me that would be worse, that they were in there waiting. So I ran back to my car instead, slamming the door and locking it. The passenger seat was wet where she had been sitting, proof that she had been real, that I hadn't imagined her. I put the car in drive and floored it, desperate to get away from that place. As I drove, the singing faded, and I started to breathe again. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely keep the car on the road, but I pushed on, refusing to stop. I just needed to find a town, other people, lights, anything. But the road kept going and going. There were no turnoffs, no intersections, no signs, just endless asphalt cutting through darkness. The trees had thinned out, and now there was only barren flat land on either side, like a desert. But that made no sense. There are no deserts in West Virginia. I checked my phone, thinking I'd call someone, anyone, but there was no signal. The clock on my dashboard read 9:30, then 10, then 11. I should have reached some kind of civilization by then, but there was nothing. Eventually, the fuel light came on. I'd had nearly a full tank when I picked her up, but now I was running on empty. I kept driving until the car began to sputter, and finally, it died completely, rolling to a stop in the middle of the road. I sat there in the dark, with no idea where I was or how I'd gotten there, and then I heard it again, that singing, starting soft and growing louder. They were coming back. I put my hands over my ears and screamed, trying to drown it out. I must have passed out after that because the next thing I remember is waking up as sunlight streamed through my windshield. I was parked at a rest stop just off I-79, about 30 miles south of Morgantown. My gas tank was full. My phone showed I had reception. Everything was normal, except I hadn't been on I-79. I'd been on Route 219, and I'd been in the middle of nowhere, not at a rest stop. I checked my GPS history, and there was no record of me being on Route 219. According to my phone, I'd taken the interstate the whole way, but I know what happened. I know what I saw, and I know she was real because I found something when I cleaned my car later, a small smooth stone on the passenger seat floor mat. It was black and shiny, with strange symbols carved into it that I'd never seen before. I threw it away immediately, but that night it was on my bedside table when I woke up at 3 in the morning to the sound of soft, distant singing. I've moved twice since then. I've changed my phone number. I've even sold my car. But sometimes, usually when I'm about to fall asleep, I hear that humming. And sometimes when I look in the mirror, I see her black eyes staring back at me from my own face just for a split second. I don't drive at night anymore. I don't pick up hitchhikers, and I never ever take the back roads. The singing has gotten louder lately. I think they're getting closer.